society. So I think we already have certain blocks that we can start having conversations. What are the justifiable limitations? For example, on the freedom of association. And we'll get into that shortly. So going by these standards, it is safe to conclude that the framers of the Constitution intended the following legal guarantees for civil society organizations in this country. The first one, which has always been, of course, a complex one, is the issue of legal protection for formal and informal associations. And again, when you talk about CBOs, the community-based organizations, we also need to have a conversation. What are those associations that should be registered as community-based organizations, and what should stay as groups, informal groups? I am afraid that increasingly, informal associations in this country are really narrowing down. I was having a conversation with local government leaders from Arua City and Arua District yesterday in the morning, and they were also disturbed because of the many initiatives that, of course, are being brought by the government where associations are supposed to be registered. So they receive over 300 applications from groups that want to be registered as CBOs. They have not interacted with these people, but the money has to be sent on an account, and that account requires that you have a certificate of registration. So they just, you essentially just start stamping to make sure all the certificates are issued so that you're not affecting a government program, for example, like the PDM. Because if you sit with these applications, then in one way or another, you're frustrating government program because there's a timeline and you're not staying within it. So I think there's that question of what are groups, what are community-based organizations, the NGOs, and also what does that say on what we like calling the de facto associations. The second is the presumption in favor of freedom of association. And this raises the conversation about notification versus the authorization regime of establishing an organization in this country. Right now, what we have is, of course, an authorization regime. And the authorization regime has several layers. The first one is at the district, if you must get that recommendation letter. If you don't get it, then you don't go anywhere because you must have that recommendation to be able even to approach the NGO bureau. And then you have the line ministry. If they decline to give you a recommendation letter from the line ministry or agency or department of government, you cannot register an NGO in this country. The third, after you've got these two recommendations, then you can, approach the NGO bureau to be able to seek for that registration. I think the processes of securing these two recommendation letters, I think, has been a big challenge. So if you look at the Constitution, I think that the presumption is really in favor of notification regime. And notification regime, I simply mean that if you prepare your paperwork that the government has asked you to prepare, and you approach, let's say, the NGO bureau, the moment you present them, that is supposed to be sufficient. Within a day or two, you should be able to go out and do what you need to do. The Uganda Registration Services Bureau is already doing that for companies. I think we increasingly need to have that conversation to see how we can bring this to the NGO field as well. And then the final point is the one of clear, simple, and transparent procedure of NGO registration and renewal of permits. I think, again, because of the multiple layers that are created by the law, the procedure is no longer simple. And I'm happy to be corrected by you here. I think it is no longer simple. I think it's also not transparent because of those two recommendation letters. The NGO Bureau has kindly published a very nice list of the things that you need to prepare, which is commendable. But when you start following up to get the recommendation letters, that's when you discover that actually things are not that transparent. And so we need to have that conversation to see how best to go about it. So fast forward, the government in 2024, this year, the parliament has since enacted a number of laws that have given rise to a number of legal challenges, and I will just go through them very quickly. How many minutes do I have? Okay, sure, great. So I will rush through some of these concerns, and I would really request you to have reflections on them over the next 3 days. The first is the provision for the mandatory fine of 2 million shillings for operating with an expired permit. I think that this partly contributed to the sharp decline in number of organizations that you'll see in that Daily Monitor article, because very many organizations later on found out they had expired permits and they wouldn't approach because they knew there was a fine waiting for them. So we need to have a conversation about that penalty. I think that it's overly excessive. While we must encourage compliance, I think that this is a bit too tough. The second is the issue of the multiple registration procedure, where companies must incorporate and then after that go to the NGO bureau. The question is, since we are reporting to the same government, there's one government, shouldn't companies stay as companies, and then we can have the NGO bureau, and there can be incentives for registering as an NGO? Or should the NGO bureau have the powers to incorporate entities that want to work as NGOs? So we need to have that conversation. The mandatory MOUs. So a memorandum of understanding by it and by itself is a good thing. But there is a challenge. When you make it mandatory, because I think that it must be consensual, but when you make it mandatory, I think that you expose the parties to legal sanctions. The point is this: a government entity, in this case a local government, does not really require to have a memorandum of understanding to be able to coordinate and cooperate with the local government, with an NGO. Further, I think that to compel a regulator, in this case the local government, to enter into MOUs with those they are supposed to regulate is to establish what we can call an arm-in-arm relationship between the regulator and the regulated. And I think also Article 119(5) of the Constitution further requires that all MOUs that are entered to by government must have the approval and consent of the Attorney General. So if you have mandatory MOUs, what are the legal exposures that we are dealing with here? I recently saw a circular from the Attorney General in July of this year asking that all MOUs, that all the DNMCs must submit their draft MOUs to the Attorney General for review and approval before they can be signed. So this is still an evolving issue that we need to discuss. The structures, the DNMC and the SNMC, two problems. The first is there has been no funding to operationalize these committees. They are good committees, but in the absence of funding, they create bottlenecks for NGOs, because your approach to get an MOU or recommendation letter, you cannot get it simply because there's no seating allowance, or the members cannot be quickly convened. So I think that that is also a challenge. And then finally is the But to restrict those permits to that narrow geographical restriction, and I know the framers of that law, I think, were trying to understand where NGOs are working, which is a good thing because you want to kind of map out and know where people are. But I think in doing so, there's that exposure to NGOs. And very many permits, I'm sure, if we try to enforce this law very strictly, very many permits would easily be revoked on that ground alone. And I think with that, I think my final point really is on legal compliance, which is a key area of this discussion. Despite that legal framework, many organizations are striving to comply with the current legal framework. A number of organizations I know, of course, are also out doing all they can to support other partners in the sector. We've just talked about the support hub by WESISNET. At Chapter 4, with the support of the United States Agency for International Development, we are implementing also a legal compliance support program at the national level under the Civil Society Strengthening Activity that is coordinated by East-West Management Institute and the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law. And on average, we interact with over 400 organizations. Disclosed to me the interest to start the hub. And so when I see it, I think it's great. And I want to thank GIZ for working with the CISNET in this regard and the EU as well. And I know that other partners like DENIVA, I see Peter in the room, the Uganda National NGO Forum, Defenders Protection Initiative, Human Rights Center Uganda, and other organizations across the country are doing this. So I think this needs to be encouraged. And I always say that every time you walk that compliance journey, it's not only compliance that you're doing, but you're also enhancing your internal systems, you're enhancing accountability, and you're enhancing transparency, which will in turn attract more partners and also attract more funding. And finally, just to note that I know that the NGO Bureau has recently concluded the regulatory impact assessment. I want to encourage you to engage and propose areas of reform in the NGO Act. I think that the rationalization affected the stability of that law. There are several sections that will eventually have to be amended. Let's try to organize ourselves and make sure we utilize that opportunity. Thank you so much for listening to me. It was a pleasure, and I look forward to the interactions over the next 3 days.
Thank you. Can we have a bigger round of applause as we appreciate Mr. Anthony Masake? Thank you very much. I wish there was enough time. We would want to hear more and more, but we've run out of time. We have an opportunity for some questions and answers that from his keynote address, and I'm going to give you that time. I'm only allowing you to get a cup of tea or coffee. Our tea is served at the restaurant. I think the Secretariat can show our guests where they can get a cup of tea or coffee, and then we will not have it from there. Just quietly come and take it from your seat. 10 minutes for doing that, and then those who have questions, kindly note them. I'm going to take a few hands, and Mr. Anthony Masake will be here to answer a few of those questions as we limit our questions to the keynote address. Immediately after the Q&A session, we're going to have a very powerful panel discussion here, and I'm looking forward to it. So I want to encourage that let us guide our guests where they can grab a cup of tea. We can start from the front and move to the back. That is going to be how we will be serving our breakfast this morning. I want to say that we are moving on very well, and we expect to also have the Office of the President represented by the Western District's Commissioner. He'll be joining us anytime we see him. We'll be giving him that opportunity to address us and officially welcome us for this 3-day conference. I need guidance. Somebody can just take our guests. We can have people go and get tea. But as we do that, we could also delve into the questions. I'm going to ask my colleague, Bernard, to help me as we take a few hands. Those who have some questions in form of submissions, maybe comments regarding the keynote address, kindly, we can see your hand. We'll give you an opportunity to ask your question, and you'll be provided answers. Members, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have one person. I want my media team to help me pass the microphone. Let us limit our questions. If your colleague has asked a similar question, kindly pass to the next. So we have a lady here. Let her ask her question.
Thank you so much. I observe the protocol. I just want to ask a question regarding the operation permit and relating also to memorandum of understanding with the districts. Like if you have a permit to operate in a particular district, we have cases where you go for an MOU and they are asking you to establish an office space within the district first before they can sign the MOU. I want to know if that's it by the law. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Can we have two more? Yes, there is a gentleman. Kindly take care of your bottles.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. I was touched when you were speaking about your support. My name is Okello Franklin from Gulu NGO Forum. I want you to throw more light on the legal support for CSOs you talked about, because they say we are in the city of opportunity in Arua. So what are the opportunities there for those ones who are interested? Please.
Yes, a direct question. What are the opportunities there? Yes, we are having only 5. We've realized we can't have tea from here, so we are taking the questions, and then we go for a short break for tea. Yes, the lady.
My name is Judith from Moyo, Partners in Community Social Action. Anthony, thank you so much. I just want to ask a question. He might not answer. Does the government still value the contribution of CSOs in Uganda?
Thank you.
Yes, because I was once a victim.
A survivor or a victim?
A victim and a survivor now, because Dr. Okello stood for us. We had not renewed our permit for 21 months, and the charge totaled to 42 million.
Wow.
So working as an NGO is not for the weak, it's for the resilient.
Thank you.
And we pushed our way through. We received a waiver and we managed to pay only 22 million. Thank you so much, Dr. Okello.
Question noted. To the next, can we have the gentleman at the back? Then we come and have these two, and then we summarize with at the extreme.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Ponciano Koda. I come from Lira. My question is actually on legal compliance. Recently, I was approached by the division where we operate. And again, they wanted us to pay for the operation permit, and yet we have registered at the national level. Is this still necessary? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the gentleman and then the lady, and we summarize?
Thank you. Protocol observed. I'm from Masindi in Bunyoro. I didn't hear clearly, maybe, talk about issues concerning persons with disability organizations, because I do understand that in our organization, we do pay a taxi with the URA. I don't know how that one is. If chance knocks, if you can give maybe clarity on that, then I can understand it better. Then on how to register with the NGO forum, NGO's bureau. How can it be, and the procedures to follow? Thank you.
Thank you. We want to welcome colleagues from the Bunyoro region. Apart from our CSOs from the northern, we also have a few people who have joined us from Bunyoro. Thank you for coming. Can we have the lady? Can we clap if we want to clap? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Arafilda Fiona. I come from Kitgum. I have two questions. One, can the NGO Bureau have a nearby offices to the regions, say in Gulu, in Kitgum, or even in Arua, so that accessibility is guaranteed? Secondly, the keynote speaker spoke very much about the fine of 2 million, sincerely and honestly. I think this is a debate. 2 million shillings to a CSO who is almost exiting even the space because of financial inability. So I think this one, I feel it is too much of it. If possible, it has to come even to 100,000 shillings. That is my suggestions.
Thank
Then
you.
another thing is about the procedures. The procedures are too much. We have CSOs, we have CBOs that are really on the ground to the community. But the procedures, we don't have the capacity. Is there a way that the umbrella organizations can be capacitated so that they do the capacity building for these CSOs and CBOs so that they know the nitty-gritty, the procedures of registration? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had only given to Comfort, but the Prime Minister of the Lubara Cultural Institution, I can't deny him a chance. I may to be excommunicated from. Let us give to him.
Thank you very much. As said, Right Honorable Tuku Ismail, Prime Minister, Lugwara Cultural Institution, the Lugwara Kari. I need some clarification, some issue that is to do with the civil society organizations. I strongly believe that in my region, in my area, there's a lot of work, accepted work done by civil society organizations. But there are seasonal times when government, comes down on civil society organizations. These are times when we go for elections and so on. What actually happens here? Because somebody is doing very good work for you, but all of a sudden you turn out and say, this is not the right person to do this work. What is it that happens? Can this be put to rest? Thank you.
Thank you. Can this be put to rest is the question. Lastly, Comfort at the end, and then after our break tea, we'll have responses from Mr. Anthony later on.
Okay, thank you very much. It took us close to a year to get our permit renewed. And in the process, there were a number of opportunities that we lost because it's a requirement to have a valid working permit. And in the process, having fulfilled the first set of requirements, new requirements kept emerging. Every time we think like, okay, we're about to get it, then there would be a new requirement presented. So I would like to know, do we have a standard turnaround time for processing these documents so that as the NGOs would be aware that this will be concluded within this period of time, and if possible, it would be really good to have the whole set of requirements presented to us at once. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this set of questions. I want to assure you they will be answered, and I'm also happy to announce that we have Dr. Stephen here with us. Can we clap? Because most of these questions, I know that fall under his docket. And in the panel discussion, we'll do justice and make sure by the time we go out of here, all our questions, all our queries will be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the far that we've come. We want to have a cup of tea or coffee to re-energize, and I want to ask that we now step out to the restaurant for our coffee. Another table has been set around the pool side. Those who feel they need a lot of air, you might want to go to the pool side. Let us use only 15 minutes. It is possible, 15 minutes, and we'll be back. When we come back, my colleague Bernard will be able to take it on from there, from the responses to the panel discussions. Yes, and an opportunity, if you still have questions, kindly write them, and we'll be handing them over to Mr. Anthony Masake to answer them. Just write them and give them. You can pass them to our team that is moving around, and we'll be able to submit them for answers. Kindly let us step out for the break tea. Have a very lovely time.
Toko balaka na kisasa, mabala toko balaka na mokili, okolinga mwasi mwasi azali na batu, zokolingaki ye mokolo liboso omonaki ye, ayebaka te o mama, okolinga mwasi mwasi azali na batu, zokolingaki ye mokolo liboso omonaki ye, ayebaka te o mama,
mwasi ayebaka nsima ye, soki ozalaki kolinga ye, bageste azalaki kosalela yo, akoya koyeba yango nsima ye, wana okomi na maboko ya moto mosusu, bolingo nzambe atinda na mokili, motema elinga oyo elingi, motema eboya oyo elingi, oyo akoboya yo okanga maboko.
Bapanzani po bakabola invitation, basi bakoya po batala mwasi nini obale, mibali bakoya po batala mobali mwasi abale, bafami bapanzani po bakabola invitation, basi bakoya po batala mwasi nini obale, mibali bakoya po batala mobali mwasi abale,
mokolo ya libala nakanisi tobengaka bainvite mpo baya kotala biso, mpo baya kopesa biso bakonseil, mpo baya kopesa biso maboko madiluba oyo otangeli ngai, bakoyaka mpo na kosala mokulu, mibali bakoya mpo baya kolula mwasi abali, basi bakoya mpo baya kolula mobali, nsima batiela bango dongo bandeko
nakangisi nzoto nanga sonye madilu systeme o mbala liboso mwasi akabeli ngai kombo ya no nasusumuki nga nakomi juste o mama mbala ya liboso mwasi akabeli ngai kombo ya no nasusumuki nga nakomi juste o mama
aboyaki na ye bandeko apoi kozala na mobali ya bato alingi azala na mobali ya ye moko amonaka ye soki ntongo etani atala ntango akendeke na mosala apoi kozwa mobali oyo akoyela ye 22h akei minuit akei 2h du matin akei nabondeli ye na se ya motema ye alobi na ngai boye akoki kolinga mobali ya bato te mpo ye azalaka na zuwa mingi ye nalobi napesa ye mosolo ye alobi nalingi kotondre ye bapiege na bomba akozwa mbala ya nsima ye
constatation na nga bandeko okokutana na basi mibale bakamarade moko ya mabe moko kitoko mama oyo elongi mabe mosala aliaka etere ya mwasi kitoko okokutana na basi mibale bakamarade moko ya mabe moko kitoko mama oyo elongi mabe mosala aliaka etere ya mwasi kitoko
basi ya bilongi mabe bandeko mosala kolia intere ya baninga basi ya bilongi misukusu mosala kolia intere ya baninga okokutana na bango mibale na nzela olingi osolola na oyo ya kitoko oyo mabe asali garde fou alingi oloba ata moke na ye te yango bino basi ya mabe bandeko botuna nani asala bino bilongi oyo bilongi kukukukukukuku nani asala bino boye bolingi kolia obe intere ya baninga
basi ya bilongi mabe mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleka babiro mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleisa bana na kombo ya basi ya bato bakopesa ye masanga na kombo ya basi ya bato akofuta ndako na ye na kombo ya basi ya bato abongisa vi na ye na kombo ya basi ya bato basi ya bilongi mabe mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleka babiro mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleisa bana na kombo ya basi ya bato bakopesa ye masanga na kombo ya basi ya bato akofuta ndako na ye na kombo ya basi ya bato abongisa vi na ye na kombo ya basi ya bato lisuma nini ye lisuma nini ye
basi ya bilongi mabe bandeko ya bato alingi azala na mobali ya ye moko amonaka ye soki ntongo etani atala ntango akendeke na mosala aboyi kozwa mobali oyo akoyela ye 22h akei minuit akei 2h du matin akei nabondeli ye na se ya motema ye alobi na ngai boye akoki kolinga mobali ya bato te mpo ye azalaka na zuwa mingi ye nalobi napesa ye mosolo ye alobi nalingi kotondre ye bapiege na bomba akozwa mbala ya nsima ye
constatation na nga bandeko okokutana na basi mibale bakamarade moko ya mabe moko kitoko mama oyo elongi mabe mosala aliaka etere ya mwasi kitoko okokutana na basi mibale bakamarade moko ya mabe moko kitoko mama oyo elongi mabe mosala aliaka etere ya mwasi kitoko
basi ya bilongi mabe bandeko mosala kolia intere ya baninga basi ya bilongi misukusu mosala kolia intere ya baninga okokutana na bango mibale na nzela olingi osolola na oyo ya kitoko oyo mabe asali garde fou alingi oloba ata moke na ye te yango bino basi ya mabe bandeko botuna nani asala bino bilongi oyo bilongi kukukukukukuku nani asala bino boye bolingi kolia obe intere ya baninga
basi ya milongi mabe mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleka babiro mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleisa bana na nkombo ya basi ya bato bakopesa ye masanga na nkombo ya basi ya bato akofuta ndako na ye na nkombo ya basi ya bato abongisa vi na ye na nkombo ya basi ya bato basi ya bilongi mabe mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleka babiro mosala kokaba basi ya bato akoleisa bana na nkombo ya basi ya bato bakopesa ye masanga na nkombo ya basi ya bato akofuta ndako na ye na nkombo ya basi ya bato abongisa vi na ye na nkombo ya basi ya bato
basi ya bilongi mabe bandekoi bafungoli ya bango baagence mpo batekaka basi yanga nai basombi baordinateur mpo bayebaka esika basi ya kitoko bazalaka bino bandeko mibali ye bokeba basi ya mabe pembeni ya basi na bino mosala na bango kotekaka bango mosala na bango kozwaka bakomission ata bakolaki esika moko bozalaka na angele basi ya mabe batomboki
libala o libala mwasi soki auti koboma libala sika kamarade ya liboso akozwa mwasi elongi mabe akoteka ye epai ya mibali akolinga rekupere baretard ya libala amour ezali te akoluka kaka lome ya oo mwasi soki auti koboma libala sika kamarade ya liboso akozwa mwasi elongi mabe akoteka ye epai ya mibali akolinga rekupere baretard ya libala amour ezali te akoluka kaka falanga o
madilungai na kamwakai soki mwasi auti koboma libala sika akomi na ye poli ayebi nzela nini ya koleka te okumbi ye a gauche ye mpe ake a gauche okumbi ye a droite ye mpe ake a droite olobi na rond-point ye mpe na rond-point ayebi eloko nini azali koluka te mbula enokela ye moi ekota ye malili ezwa ye akipa te mpo na nini nzambe asala boye makanisi ya lolenge boye ezalaka na basi olio afanda na ndako ntango mosusu mobali akokanisa akolanda ye na nsima
nalukeli nzoto na ngangambo nayokisi nzoto na ngai soni madiluge systeme
2 heures du temps mwasi alobi ninga kombo ya no na voiture
basi ya bilongi mabe mitema mabe nganalela basi ya bilongi mabe mitema mabe nawe
surtout boyo bazali na bilongi maseke mama ye
mabala tokobalaka na mokili ye nalela mosala kokaba basi ya bato ye mosala kokaba basi ya bato
basi ya bilongi migugu mitema mabe madilu systeme
mosala kokaba basi ya bato 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 mosala kokaba basi ya bato.
one place. So this positioning of from a student moment. No, they don't allow. So how are you doing it? So I need to do it. Fatuma left us in Gulu. I was complaining. Left us in very complicated hands. With who? With Joseph. With Joseph. Hey, Nyoko is also here. Joseph is also here.
Trying to make attempts. Nobody had a thing going with Nyoko.
Now we know.
Now we know. Now we know.
First write for me your full name and the title here. I know the title has changed. I don't know. Regional director, something. The hardest thing will now be to bring people back to the tea break. Once the line is done, I'm just going to. Changed now in big ways, very big ways. Is it part of our photography team? You're not? We have very strict regulations here for photography. Oh, yes, sir. Good morning and welcome back from the tea break. We will start immediately. I request those who are in to get seated. Please take your seats. I also understand that we are more than the number expected. So please, let's add more seats so that when you come here to make your submission, you can still go back and find your seat. I did not say parliament. I am trying to be very cautious with my words here. I did not say parliament. So before pausing for the tea and coffee break, Anthony gave us a keynote address. And we also had Q&A. We had Q. Now it's time for the A. And Anthony, to add on the questions that were presented earlier, I know some of them were mainly directed to the NGO Bureau, but these were the extra questions that were written and submitted to my desk. One, our CSO was mandated to be informing the Office of Security, especially DISO, on all the activities being conducted in the communities, including updating the office on any new visitor or donor representatives visiting the beneficiaries. Can Chapter 4 support, now listen to this one carefully, Anthony. Can Chapter 4 support financially young organizations on compliance issues, especially registration at the NGO Bureau? And then from Richard Bodo from Invisible Hope, can the government entrust NGOs and CBOs to implement their programs since they are more concerned and in touch with the common person on ground? Does government also have 110 give back to the NGO beside taxing and fining them for failure to comply with other regulations? So this and more will be responded to by Anthony. Those who are coming, please take your seats so that we be organized. Someone said wildlife and hippos. I used to be a very strong advocate of wildlife until wildlife became extremely wild. Then we parted ways. So allow me now to invite Anthony to come and respond to the questions that were raised and the concern and the comments. Then we will get straight to our first panel of the day. Anthony, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, my brother. I will dive in straight away and I'll try to really be pointed in my responses. I will leave some of them for Dr. Okello. I already told him that my task here was to set up the landmines and then he will come and deal with them. I hope that it will be for the betterment of all of us. So I will start with Sauda, my friend, the team leader at PICOT. The MOU, we are asked to establish offices before some districts can sign MOUs with us. Is that in law? The direct answer to that is no. So under the NGO Act, and again, Stephen can guide on this, law is very interesting. You can have one sentence and you can have up to 100 different interpretations. But our understanding of the NGO Act provisions on MOUs is that you are first and foremost required to have it with the district where your offices are headquartered. So assuming you're based in Kampala and you're doing work in Koboko, your MOU first and foremost must be with KCCA, because that's where your office is located. If you go to Koboko and open up an office there, then you, of course, get with Koboko. But if you go, let's say to Koboko to just do an activity for 2-3 days and go back to Kampala, you don't need an MOU with the local government of Koboko. And I think that's pretty clear. So if you have an organization, let's say in Arua, and you're working in Yumbe and other districts where you go in for 2 days and you're out, you don't need to engage the local government for an MOU. If they pressure you for that MOU, please reach out and we can seek for a particular, an understanding of a particular section that they are relying on to do that. But again, having said that, if you want to exercise your freedom to enter into an MOU with a district where you have no office, that's very okay. So if it's voluntary, that's fine. But under the law, you don't need that. The second question, I think, came from Frank. Opportunities for compliance. Yes, Frank, we already have quite a bit of work that we're doing, of course, with you and the partners in Gulu City and the district as well. We hope we'll be able to scale this up in the near future, and we hope that you can also borrow a leaf from partners like Wesisnet and probably set up also a hub in the district and the city. I think ultimately, as Chapter 4, and I believe Deniva and other partners in Kampala, what we'd really like to see is our sub-regional partners and our regional partners setting up these information and immediate help desks, such that we only are approached when there is something very critical or something that really needs our attention. So we're happy to work together to support that process. To Judith, does the government still value the contribution of civil society? And then she went on to narrate the ordeal of the 42 million penalty and how Dr. Okello was kind enough to grant the waiver. So I think the answer is mixed. I wish I would give you a very definite answer, because there are certain things that you will see that make you uncomfortable. I think there's a general perception that people who engage in human rights work, accountability, and other related activities, for one way or another, are not patriotic. You're making noise. And I think that we need to change or push back on that narrative. I think there's nothing more patriotic than defending the rights of your neighbor, than defending the constitutional promises and guarantees, than standing up for the rule of law. That's really what a true citizen is supposed to do. So I think that we need to continue that conversation to change the narrative and say, if I ask for accountability, I'm actually being a real citizen here because I'm participating in the affairs of government. And on this, I just wanted to thank again Dr. Okello for that waiver, because I know it's really discretionary. That's why we have to attack that section and really ask that section is repealed. 2 million for a permit, which if you had got on time would be 60,000. It doesn't really make sense. Because if you get the permit in good time, it's 60,000. And then for some reason, if you delay by 1 day, 2 million. How did this rise? What percentage increase are we talking about? Assuming you're trying to cause some level of reprimand for coming late. Maybe 120,000, but 60, and the 60 is for the whole year. The 2 million is literally for not a month. It's actually for a day. It's okay to tell you here, it's a day. If you go 1 day into that month, it immediately starts counting, and then it will count for 30 days. The next month, 1 single day. So in other words, you don't need to work for 30 days with the next before you face that penalty. It's 1 day into the expiry of that permit. The comrade from Masindi, from Bunyoro, talked about the issue of PW's, persons with disabilities, paying taxes. I didn't get that question very well, but I will reach out so we can have that conversation. But I hear you, and I understand that persons with disabilities face unique challenges in their work and in their operations. I interact a lot with John Chris Ninsima of Nodipu, And I know the challenges they have had with the district unions. Most of them were not registered, but they are doing important work at the district level. And they are the ones that come together to form Nudipo as we know it. So, and when you go to reach out to district unions and ask them to register, they face significant obstacles in that process. So I think we'll reach out and have this discussion, and if necessary, we will get the NGO Bureau involved. The issue of NGO Bureau officers, I think Stephen is here, he will address that. For me, on the issue of officers, what makes me happy is that I now finally have the commitment that the Bureau is working to go online, to digitize the system. And I think that if they digitize, that will even be far much more beneficial than a branch office. For example, look at URSB. URSB has branch offices, right? But do you still go to their offices? You sit on your computer and do your things, eh? So that would be super helpful. And then I think towards the tail end, the issue of filing returns with the FIA and the Personal Data Protection Office. So the first with the returns with the FIA, that is of course a creature of the law right now. The idea is to try and check if you have put in place measures to protect the organization from being abused in acts of money laundering. Our argument really has been that NGOs should not be accountable persons. And the reason is simple. All NGOs have bank accounts with commercial financial institutions. Those banks monitor the transactions on those accounts, and we know that those banks and other financial institutions report to the FIA regularly. And so without reporting as an NGO, you can be sure a lot of reports are already being filed about your transactions already. So I think that there's really no need for NGOs to be accountable persons. This case has been litigated with the support of Defenders Protection Initiative, and I think we are really on the path to removing NGOs from that list. And if NGOs are removed from the list of accountable persons, then you will not have to register, neither will you have to file these annual returns. On the issue of the Personal Data Protection Office, this data protection law is a very good law. It's a progressive law. I would like to appeal to you to because in the end, we all need our personal data protected. So what that law essentially requires us to do is, one, to register with the Personal Data Protection Office as a data collector, processor, and controller. And after registration, you then just are supposed to indicate the measures you have put in place to comply with the protection of the data that you have in your custody. The government doesn't need any data from you. I think at first there was a misconception where people thought government is asking NGOs to turn over all their data to the government. No. They just want you to put in place measures to show the things you're doing to protect the data that you have collected. I think we all know that we are all data collectors as NGOs. The moment you get the first members of that organization to go to incorporate at URSB, you're already collecting personal data of your members. And then when you put out the first job advert, the first job application you receive will have a lot of information on the CV. Yeah? Some people may even volunteer their marital status, religion and age and a lot of other things, right? So this information has to be held securely. So that's essentially what this law entails, and I think it's a good thing. The turnaround time for permits, this is a problem. Again, Dr. Kulu will address this. I know that the Bureau has consistently said the turnaround time is 6 months. I think that that's a lot of time for someone who's probably chasing some proposal or grant somewhere. My wish is that we can significantly cut this down to less than a week. And I think it is possible. The Uganda Registration Services Bureau, if you file an application right now, by 5 you may have your certificate of incorporation. worst case scenario, tomorrow you'll have it. So I think this is possible, that we should be able to significantly cut it down. Of course, one of the challenges we're having is that this conversation is coming at a time when there's just been rationalization, a cut down on staffing, and that creates, of course, extra demand on the Bureau. The checklist, I think that is, I'll speak for Dr. Okello on this. On the NGO Bureau website, there's a very extensive list of the requirements that you need to prepare before you approach the NGO Bureau. In fact, my quarrel is some of those things on that list, like those recommendation letters and the mandatory MOUs, as I said earlier. The issue of DSOs asking for information about visitors, this is not in the law. And the challenge we have sometimes, of course, with our sisters and brothers from the security circle is that their setup is to surveil issues of security, safety, and all. It's the very reason why the RDCs were removed in the 2016 amendment, partly because they were having significant challenges with NGOs across the country. And I remember during this legislative process, they said, no, now let's do it. Let's remove the RDC. So we set up the District NGO Monitoring Committee that will have a DSO, so that probably a DSO is closer to the people than the RDC who has a lot of critical things to do at the district level. But I think we're starting to see some of these challenges again coming back, where some DSOs are behaving now like the RDCs. And I think that it could be partly because of lack of resources for trainings and onboarding process, because, you know, when this law was passed, there was no financial backing for training and capacitating the DNMCs, the SNMCs. People are just there basically trying to do what they understand. But I think if there was that training, maybe it would clarify some of these issues. That, of course, was not done. And unless there is a very strong reason why they need to know, in the absence of that, I think that you don't have to report all visitors who come to your office. Second last question, can Chapter 4 support young organizations financially during registration? We have some slight considerations for this. If we know you and see the work that you're doing and we understand you have those restrictions, we're happy to see how we can support in terms of paying the government fees so that you can complete your registration. And then finally, does government have Echimuche Kumi, the 1/10 to give back to NGOs beyond taxes? I don't know where that question came from, but I think again, I think Dr. Okello will respond to that, but I know that there's been a discussion about a fund, state-funded fund for civil society. I'm not necessarily a big fan of it, partly because I am a realist. I look at situations where the NGO Bureau itself needs resources so that it can serve us better. Now, to ask that there's a fund for you again, I mean, the legal aid bill has stalled, for example, yeah? So it's good to be, of course, realist, and that's why I strongly believe that every NGO should have a component geared towards advocacy, so that we can be able to shape and influence laws and get policies that really work for the people. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Another round of applause to Anthony. Allow me to, in a special way, recognize the presence of the mayor of Roa City, His Worship Wadri Sam Nyakwa is here with us. And, I'm told he wants to be comfortable at the back. Now, we have conversations going online, and we are using X. I still struggle to call it X. Twitter. So the handle is at caps _Uganda and Wesisnet and at Wesisnet. The hashtag we have together for CSOs, And then the other hashtag is Northern UG CSO Conference. The mayor has arrived. Let's welcome him. Thank you very much, the mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I remember you when we were switching on West Nile. And that was a discussion for switching on West Nile to the grid. Reminder is that this conference is organized by WestSysNet with support from the Civil Society Support Program, which is implemented by GIZ and co-funded, with co-funding from the European Union and the German government. Talking of compliance, I remember vividly, before I invite the panel here, when COVID hit us hard. Most of us went to online meetings. We all went to Zoom because we had to respect the COVID restrictions. And now we started doing meetings via Zoom. So we did about 3 good meetings. And when we submitted the minutes 3 weeks later, the donor rejected the minutes of the meetings that we conducted via Zoom. And we were all disturbed. But is this institution not appreciating the issue that we have at hand? And then the donor wrote just one line of an email and said, does your policy allow you to do online meetings? Have you adjusted your policy? Compliance. I am very sure most of you went to online meetings without changing your policies. I hope even now some of you are doing Zoom meetings without changing your policies to allow you do that. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will move. I have been informed that I cannot proceed with the panel when the mayor has not blessed this conference. I don't want to make the mistake of convention. Otherwise, I'll find myself on Anthony's invitation list. So it is a conference. So it will allow me to invite the mayor to come in 5 minutes and welcome us to the city officially, and then we'll get the panel discussion after. So let's put our hands together and welcome our mayor. This was an executive consultation.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Our donors and funders in your various groups and organizations, the respective government officials who are here. I know URSB is here, I know NSSF is here. All civil society organizations, Lango, Acholi, West Nile, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wadri Sam Nyakwa. By the grace of God, I'm the mayor of Arua City. Arua City is a young city. This is the 4th financial year we have started, and we're on steady progress. I want to welcome all of you. Where we are sitting is not in Arua City. It is in Arua district. But the good thing and the funny is the city is growing on this side more than it is growing on the other side. The reason is the road here is tarmacked, there's water, there's electricity. So don't feel surprised if we sit here, if we have functions of Arua city in Arua district. So all of you in your various capacities, I want to say you are most welcome. I want to thank Wesisnet, I don't know where Feni is, and your group for, thank you, and your group. I want to thank all of you for convening this and hosting these powerful delegates from their various capacities, from the various regions, and all our funders, our donors, who have had the opportunity to mix with us. The is enhancing compliance ability of civil society organizations in I am reliably informed the Bunyoro region is here. Please feel welcomed. So we have challenges of small organizations. We have challenges of that start, don't celebrate their first birthday. Yes, don't celebrate their first birthday, but we will have those which have been resilient for some time. How do smaller CBOs learn from you? How do you mentor them to remain in the field and to build the resilience and to grow? Those which are surviving and living on, how do you attract partners to work with you? How do you market yourself? If, for example, GIZ has some opportunity, how do you get attracted to GIZ to get their support, to get their funding? I think these are the issues that you are going to discuss here. I want to encourage you, all of you that are locally originated from all these places, Lango, Acholi, West Nile, Bunyoro, to be resilient. To be resilient requires that a good partnership amongst yourselves and with other organizations. To be resilient and to survive longer, to be compliant, as the topic has suggested. Compliance to donor conditions. When the donor wants to give you some financial support, the donor lays down certain conditions, which if you fulfill, you attract their funding. Which if you don't fulfill, you may be funded once and they withdraw because you are not compliant. As you do this, there is also government in place. Are you compliant? You have so many workers in your organization. Do they pay NSSF? I don't know what other things they pay to government. Do you pay? If you don't pay, then it means you are not compliant. Do you file returns to URSB as may be required? Because I'm aware when you don't file returns, they scrap your company, they scrap your organization off the register. So these are some of the issues. As you sit here, when you are discussing this in the presence of the donors, in the presence of our partners, you discuss it with the utmost sincerity so that you can be supported. I know the importance of organizations that are formed from which are home-based. For example, we're assisting. How many people are you now employing? 11. Yes. They are employing 11 people, but the multiplier effect of that employment of 11 people is big. Those 11 people are able to pay school fees. They're able to support. When we have fundraisings in the churches, they are able to support. Yes. If they have burials and so on, we're able to get their hand. Those are the multiplier effects that I'm talking about. So if an organization starts today and after 1 year it collapses, we are not happy about that. So we need capacity building for these organizations that you know are weak. Don't pray for their death, but bring them closer, build their capacity so that they remain in the field. But also, when you are doing your work, you need the support of local governments. Wherever you are, you need their support. I have some issues with some of you that you put large signposts, you are looking for visibility, you want to be visible, more visible than the in my view, it is not good. Are you going to become the mayor of this place or what? Now, your visibility should not be because of the signposts and so on. Your visibility should be because of what you do. So you create an impact. Create an impact wherever you are working. Especially those who were working with the refugees settlements. I had an issue with them, but we sorted them. Really, some of them were looking for visibility. They were looking for, they have no impact on ground. We sorted it properly when I was the ILS5 chairman of the Greater Arua the other time. So don't only look for visibility. Show that you are there. Show that you are relevant. Because when you come for recommendation to the NGO bureau, some of us quietly talk about you. Sometimes without you knowing, other times with you being aware. Yes, when you come to CISO, when you come to the DISO, when you come to the office of the RDC, you don't know that we do consultations. So, be good boys and girls. Good in the sense that you must have an impact wherever you are working. People should say they are good. WSSNet is doing a good job. This civil society organization is doing a good job. That is what we want. We don't want. Sometimes some of you want to be perfect. It's good, but it is not good sometimes. Don't be too much perfect. Let's be partners. Partners will go longer and will be stronger. So I will not speak on and on. I see him standing up. It means I have overspoken. When you get funding from donors, please do the work well. Don't only do paper accountability, but account also based on evidence and results. That one will attract more funding. That will attract more organizations to support you. NRM has given opportunity for everybody to explore their potentials. You are here because you were cleared, isn't it? Yes. So the finger that feeds you, don't bite it. The finger that feeds you, don't bite it. Be Be careful the statements you make when you endorse functions, the things that you do. Be clever. That's what I wanted to say. Be clever. Let us work together. I think I was asked to come and welcome you. I have precisely done that. I wish you very good deliberations. I may not be able to sit with you for long. I came late. I should have been here by 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 8:30, 9. I did not, because I told the organizers I would step in a bit late because of some other engagements. But also I've sought permission before I entered here that I will only make a statement and run away. When I run away, it does not mean I take you people for granted. These donors, like GIZ, has done a lot of work here. We are happy about them. We are happy about NSSF is contributing a lot. URSB is doing a lot. So let us work together and we change this place. As I hand over the microphone, wherever you are, on top of your various agenda that you are implementing, one agenda that I want you to go with, whether you're in Lango, whether you're in Acholi, whether you're in Bunyoro or West Nile, is household income. Our people are still poor. Our people are still lagging behind. And poverty starts with the brain. It is not easy to deal with a poor person. A poor person is careless. A poor person is difficult to administer. A poor person is disorderly and unlawful. These things that you are investing, these things that you are doing, if it is in the community of people who are very poor, will not be sustained. I know some of you are doing livelihoods, others are doing software activities and so on, which many of you are interested in. But on top of that, can you slot a small program for household income campaign? Can our people get engaged properly in production so that they have something to take to the market, so that they can change the face of their homes? If we do this one for the next 3, 4, 5 years, I tell you, Northern Uganda and West Nile and Bunyoro will be a different place. The meeting is opened. I say all this for God and my country.
Can we give a big round of applause to the mayor? It is clear for those of you who want to be more visible than the mayor. We've heard it loud and clear. We will, please, we only have good boys and good girls here. And as you talk to donors quietly about us, it should also be good to talk quietly the good things that we do. Those were the words of His Worship, the Honorable Sam Wadri. We will now move to the panel discussion. Allow me to, in a special way, invite Dr. Stephen Okello from the NGO Bureau to move to the podium. Let's clap for him. You can take, yes. Let me also invite the Senior Registration Officer, and head of the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, the Arua Regional Office, Madam Fatuma Nakati, to come and take her seat. Let's clap for her. Allow me to also invite our friends from the National Social Security Fund, the NSSF. They will be represented by Gerard Casato, who is the Deputy Managing Director. A big round of applause to you. I am reliably informed that we have a big team from the National Social Security Fund. Maybe you can just stand up for recognition from NSSF. I'm told there are about 4 or 5 of you. Thank you very much. I get to see Humphrey. He made headlines for riding a bicycle from Gulu to Kampala to support young rugby players. So he's a very passionate rugby person and also a staff of NSSF. We are expecting the taxman to be here. I've been reliably informed that the Uganda Revenue Authority is on the way, and also a representative from the Office of the Prime Minister will also be joining us. And without further ado, we will start. The panel will be looking at what has changed in the regulatory sphere and how can the regulators better support CSOs to comply. As we know, we cannot work without NSSF, without the Bureau, and also without Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The previous speakers here were very particular about the headlines of the Daily Monitor yesterday, the collapse of NGOs. But also on page 4, there was another sub-headline that how the closure of 8,000 NGOs has hit the economy. And Dr. Stephen was interviewed, and I think the chair of DGF, let me remember his name, I think Jan Sadek, the EU ambassador, was also interviewed, and he gave his opinion on that. Now, in 2019, the figures indicated 14,000 NGOs. And until last year, August, they reduced to 5,021. Now, the other interesting thing is that these are NGOs that are mainly in governance and human rights, are the ones who are facing the axe. But also the biggest reason for the closure was compliance. One of the main reasons for that was compliance. We are very blessed and honored to have Dr. Stephen this afternoon. Now, being the regulator of the sector, I will give Dr. Stephen more time than the other panel, at least 5 extra minutes, and we will get from him what has changed in the regulatory landscape and how can regulators like the NGO Bureau support CSOs to comply. Already there were questions that came and somehow preempted his presentation, but allow me to invite Dr. Stephen to speak to us on the subject. You're welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, moderator. And also, in special, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity that it has given us a platform to be able to communicate to the sector. I have 4 key areas actually I want to touch on. So I just do not know how much time the moderator is giving me because you have asked me to touch on so many things.
I am giving you 20 minutes and the
Okay,
rest will be 15 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a bit. Okay, thank you so much. There are 4 key things I'm supposed to touch on. First is to give you an update on what is happening to the NGO Bureau, because I know there are so many questions out there. And there were questions already coming up. Are you still at the same offices? So I wanted to touch on that area. Then also I wanted to say something about compliance, to also touch something on compliance because it's the main reason we are here. But also I want to touch on the subject matter on sustainability, because it's something that everyone here is raising a point on. And then there were questions that were asked, and my friend and Anthony requested I respond to some of them. So I will also respond to some of the questions. So I have 4 key areas to touch on. So let me start with the one of the NGO Bureau, that all of you are aware that there is a government policy that is going on rationalizing a number of government agencies. And this is something that started way back. Actually, it started way back in 2018, but so many people started to pay attention after the cabinet decision in February 2021. Now, as we talk, there are around 40 bills that are being considered by the parliament, and out of the 40 bills, I think 34 have already been passed by the parliament, and I think they're remaining with on around 6 to consider. But of course, amongst the 6, I think around 2 or 3 have already been withdrawn. So the numbers have greatly dropped. So amongst the entities that are being affected by this process is the NGO Bureau. And I wanted to indicate that a couple of things have taken place already. The first one is that on the 23rd of April of this year, Parliament enacted the NGO Amendment Act, which of course put into effect all these things that I'm going to tell you about. Then the President assented to it on the 15th of July, so it's important you note those dates so that you can keep them for follow-up in future. Then on the 16th of August, that assented to instrument was gazetted. Now, after that, the Minister of Internal Affairs had to appoint a date for commencement, and the Minister on the 27th of September issued a statutory instrument for the commencement of the NGO Amendment Act 2024, and the Minister appointed 30th of September as the commencement date. And all of you are aware that from the 30th of September, that law came into force and a number of things went into play. And I wanted to bring to your attention a number of things that have come into play. The first one is that the NGO Bureau, but of course that's an abbreviated name. The real name is the National Bureau for NGOs, but everyone refers to it as the NGO Bureau. The NGO Bureau that was established in 2016, because the NGO Act 2016 came into force on the 14th of March 2016, and that is when the NGO Bureau came into force as a regulator of the sector, but semi-autonomous in nature within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So the first thing that Act has done is it dissolves the semi-autonomous status of the NGO Bureau. And all of you have to take note of that. In addition to dissolving it, it has mainstreamed the functions the Bureau used to perform into a department within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In addition to that, the fact that the entity was dissolved, it has also dissolved the board of directors, that was the governing body of the NGO Bureau. But also in addition to that, it also dissolved the position of the executive director. All of you are aware that I was once the executive director since 2016 up to now. And of course, I'm sure you're wondering, what are you now seated there? So, so I'm still coming to that. But the position of the executive director was dissolved, and it is no more. But also, in addition to that, those were the key things that took place. But I want you to note a couple of things that have come along with this amendment. The first one is that the department has maintained the name. And I think that's the first most important thing you need to take note of. That the entity originally was called the National Bureau for NGOs. And some of the things we pushed for was that even if you dissolve this entity, keep that name, because we came a long way to have that name. All of you are aware that originally there was the National NGO Board, that of course also caused a lot of confusion because of its name. There was a board, also there was a board of directors within it. So we had moved to the National Bureau for NGOs, and everyone had, and you see a transition takes time. Like now, so many people are going to take time to even get used to another name other than the executive director. And it is something that we are all going to take as normal. But as per now, the name has remained. So let everyone take note that the department that is now performing the duties that the NGO Bureau used to perform is still called the National Bureau for NGOs, or you can call it NGO Bureau. The other key change you need to take note of is that the NGO Bureau, as the semi-autonomous entity, was headed by an executive director, and now the department is headed by a secretary who is at a commissioner level in government. So you need to take note of the fact that now the head of the NGO Bureau is not the executive director, but is the secretary. But also, just as our organizer, Tassilo, informed you, that I was appointed the new secretary of the NGO Bureau, and that is the position I hold now. But also you need to take note that I had to apply for was the one that enabled me to be here. Public Service Commission had to interview everyone there fresh. Interviews are still going on right now as we talk for other staff, but they completed theirs. It had to go to the president for final endorsement. Then finally, here I am. But that is a change that you need to take note of. But also the other one is that what was called the adjudication committee that all of you knew about has remained. So you need to take note of that. The adjudication committee, that is the appeals body that NGOs are supposed to appeal to once they are aggrieved, is still in place. So don't see it that the fact that the NGO Bureau is no more, then the adjudication committee was also dissolved. No, it's still there, according to the amendment that took place. But also in addition to that, my friend Anthony touched on it, that the NGO Bureau originally had a structure of 98 staff. We had already recruited up to 48 staff, but as we talk now, the new structure has got only 32 staff. And by the time of this engagement today, there are only 14 staff who have been recruited, meaning that there are still 18 other staff that are yet to be recruited. So you can just imagine how much pressure is already on the 14 to deliver to a sector that is steadily growing and has to still perform to the best of its ability in terms of what's supposed to deliver. So what we are hoping for is that this whole transition process is going to be seamless, without any disruption in the sector. But also I want to also emphasize one fact, that the amendment has not affected any applications of any NGO. If you had submitted any application to any NGO, don't think that it has stalled. You are going to get all your documents, all your certificates, all your permits. I think we have already cleared any application that had gone to the NGO Bureau before the 30th of September. We're just waiting for the position of the secretary to be sorted out to know who then goes ahead to sign and handle the other documents after that. That has now been done. So it means that you are going to have a situation where now we are going to consider applications from the 30th of September up to now. So if there was any delay in between, know that that is now going to be sorted. So I think that is the first thing I wanted to touch on the transition. Anything I've not touched on, you'll have an opportunity to ask any questions and I respond to it. The second issue I promised to touch on was compliance. Compliance is one of the main issues we are here. And compliance, everyone here has talked about it and emphasized it. But I know we are going to talk about it for these 3 days we are here. For me, from a regulatory point of view, my main issue I'm putting forward is that there are laws in this country that bring about legal obligations. The first thing I want to emphasize that it's important that you need to take time to read these laws and appreciate and understand them. Because I can tell you generally there's a poor reading culture and people don't get to read these things. Even if you are given free copies in an engagement like this, people end up shelving them after they walk out of here. Because I will tell you that the NGO policy 2010, right now, if you talk about it, and the NGO Act 2016, so many people talk about them as if they're talking about a document that has just come out. And yet these documents are on the websites. These documents have been disseminated in so many workshops and meetings. So for me, what I want to emphasize here is that there are legal obligations in place. The fact that these are laws of the country, you need to comply with them. And you also need to take time to read these documents. The other thing also I want to touch on compliance issues is that everyone always talks about the negative side of compliance. It's like government is witch hunting them. Government does not want them to operate. There's a shrinking space for the NGOs to operate. But my emphasis here is that there are benefits. There's a positive side to compliance. The moment you're a compliant NGO, your reputation, your credibility, the way stakeholders work with you, development partners, the way government works with you, the way local governments work with you, the way fellow NGOs work with you, the way even people are looking for employment. If you're a compliant organization and you have a good image out there, everyone would love to come and work with you. So I think let's stop looking at only the negative side of compliance, so that the days we're here, let's also emphasize the positive side of compliance and why you need to be compliant. That compliance is for your own good. That the moment you are compliant, all these 2 million fines we are talking about, all the sanctions, all the, revocation of your permits will never happen the moment you are compliant. So can we have this conversation also move to the positive side of compliance, so that everyone who stands up in this room should not only focus on the negative side. Can we also focus on the other area where, why am I supposed to be compliant? What is in it that is good for me as an organization? So I think one of the things is that let's change the mindset of looking at compliance as something negative. The mayor has just emphasized here that even donors, when they give you resources, they also have their terms and conditions they want you to comply with. So let's not only look at compliance issues in terms of the regulator of the sector. Let's look at compliance from all angles. And by the way, I would wish to hear the conversation here tackle both internal compliance of NGOs, or CSOs, and also external. Because the conversation here appears it's going to be swayed into the external only. Let's only look at the Bureau. The Bureau has a problem. The Bureau is not giving us space to operate. Let's also tackle a bit. Because I can tell you, you'll only run into trouble on the external bit after failing the internally. An organization that is compliant and very organized internally will rarely have problems with external compliance issues. So if you really pay attention to principles of corporate governance, if you already have, let me say, compliance officers you have designated in your NGOs, then you are never going to run into compliance issues. So the conversation here is that let's have a very positive mindset. Let's also have a mindset shift, that let's have a thorough conversation on internal compliance issues. A number of NGOs and organizations in this room, if you actually cross-examine them on their own internal governing documents, so many don't even have a clue of what is in their own internal government. I see it because I chair the Complaint Management and Dispute Resolution Committee of Bureau. And I can tell you that's what I always establish. People don't even have a clue in what is in their own internal document, meaning that if, let me say, the executive director does not know what is in their own constitution, definitely the staff do not know. It means that it's even worse with the board members who come once in a while. Now, if the staff, the executive, the board, and I should not even go to the members who sit in the AGM to take decisions, then it means that the organization already has a serious problem. So internally, that's where you need to start, and that's where the conversation should be. Let's not only look at the external thing, blame the government for everything. Let's remain open-minded, and let's take that compliance conversation into a more comprehensive angle. Because if you fail internally, you are definitely going to fail externally. There is no way you're going to perform externally and yet you have failed internally. Of course, I'm aware that the civil society organizations apply internally as opposed to comply to their donors, then to the general public through the regulator. But I'll tell you that a number of them will say, okay, let me mainly focus on who gives me the money. But let the message here be, your compliance should not be so perfect only to the person who gives you the money. Pay attention to compliance internally, but also externally. And that is where I hope the conversation will head for this period we are here. So it's important that let's have a positive conversation, compliance issues, so that we are not missing the main point. Then the third issue is on sustainability. Sustainability is an area that I think about in so many forums, that the civil society sector or the NGOs that are the majority in this country have a very weak sustainability. On the 9th of November, I think the other Saturday, I was invited by the Foundation for Human Rights Initiative to make action on sustainability. Some of the things you're seeing in the monitor are some of the things which I think they picked out of that particular meeting, because that meeting was on a Saturday. On the Tuesday, we saw a headline where they were relating that whole conversation in terms of elections. No one even talked about elections in that meeting. You can ask the organizers. But let me tell you, the media houses, you have no control over what they're going to put as their headline and what they're going to channel the conversation into. When I saw the headline of yesterday, which I was asked to also touch on, you can see that that headline was never about either one conversation with the Bureau. It was if you read the entire article, you'll see that so many things are touched. But I want to just clarify a couple of things that I wanted actually to touch on later. But no, I think I'll touch on it when I'm answering the questions. But let me focus on sustainability right now. So the sector is facing a very big challenge because of so many factors. One is that internally, organizations have not prepared themselves to address this whole sustainability question. Meaning that if you don't put the right members in your organization, if you don't put the right staff in your organizations, if you don't put the right people in your governing component, definitely you are not going to address this whole sustainability issue. Meaning that if you are members in your own organization, and I know majority of NGOs and CSOs in this country are membership organizations, meaning that you pay membership fees, you pay subscription. But I'll tell you that from experience, a number of NGOs don't even pay this. Now, if you cannot even pay the very bare minimum of resources to fund your own organization, then how do you expect to address sustainability questions? So many organizations will go into an AGM, elect people, but the people who are even participating in the AGM have never paid any membership, they have never paid a subscription, meaning that actually even all the decisions you are taking are all null and void, because only fully paid up members are supposed to be taking those decisions. So it means that if you follow what NGOs do, then you're going to nullify even a number of their actions. Now, the request is that please put the right people who have the right capacity in your organizations in order to address this whole this whole sustainability conversation. Meaning that you need to have staff who can conduct research. Right now, there's a section 46. But of course, I want to also inform all of you that this year, you saw Uganda law reform launched the 7th revised edition of the principal laws of Uganda. Please pay attention to it. Much as I am referring to the NGO Act 2016, I'm just referring for it for easy flow. But right now, from that revised edition, we no longer even have the NGO Act 2016. There is the NGO Act Chapter 109, and that is what it has become. When you actually read the NGO Amendment Act 2024, if you have not read the revised copy that law reformers issued, you're going to get totally confused, because sections in the original NGO Act 2016 have changed. They have either dropped by 2 sections or 1, or even increased by 2 or 1. So you need to have a copy of the revised 7th edition that law reformers issued. So I'd request that all the stakeholders in this room, Westnet, GIZ, and all the umbrella bodies from Lango, Acholi, and all the regions around, please, the Nebi NGO Forum, all those, please get those copies. Because if not, you're going to end up into very embarrassing situations where you're quoting laws that no longer exist. You're quoting sections that have been altered. Because I'll tell you that the NGO Amendment Act 2024 is quoting the revised copy, meaning that they will tell you section, let me say 40, has been, let me say, repealed. If you go and read the NGO Act 2016 and are looking at section 40, you may actually be looking at a wrong section, because it may actually be now section 38. So it's important that you need to pay attention to this. I touched on this so that you are not reading the wrong provisions. And this applies to everyone. I feel sorry for people who are not in the room. So I request really anyone present, please help the others who did not pay attention to what happened when law reform launched that, because it's very important for the sector as a whole. So in terms of sustainability, please have the right people in your organization who have the right capacity and can help you.
Thank you.
How much time am I left with?
You have actually exhausted.
Okay.
Give me 2 minutes to conclude.
Just give me 5 so that I can answer a few of the questions here too. So in terms of sustainability, please, it is not only in Uganda that donor funding is dropping. You heard the concerns from Elizabeth. I have had the opportunity of traveling in so many countries within Africa and out of Africa. All NGOs are crying equally. Donor funding is dropping. It's even worse when you have a sector, let me say in Uganda, that over 98%, I could actually have put it at 100, but let's just leave it 2% just in case there are those who internally raise their money. But I will tell you that the situation is real. Donor funding is dropping. And so many factors at play. All of you saw what happened when it came to COVID. So many organizations closed. So many people lost jobs. No one has ever done an analysis or even a study of the impact of what COVID did to the sector in this country. But it's huge. Then you have all these global trends. Apart from those pandemics like COVID, you have all these wars. The moment you hear there's a war in Ukraine, in Israel, don't think that it is far. Donor priorities are changing. And before you know it, it's affecting you. So what we are emphasizing right now is that please start to think of different options, just the way it was already brought out. Section 46 of the NJAC 2016, the way it was, had really given a window through which NGOs in this country could go into profit-making ventures. But I'll tell you, if you asked my honest opinion, how many NGOs have taken advantage of Section 46? How I can confidently put it at 2 or 1% in this country. NGOs are in a comfort zone. They're used to writing proposals, they get money, huge sums, and they're enjoying that. They do not want to go through this burden of setting up a business, going through all this burden of how to really set up something that generates income. One of the things I was telling the NGOs that attended that AGM the other Saturday was that all NGOs in this country, one of the first questions they will always ask, what can I do? I don't even know what business to go into and start doing. One of the first answers I always give every NGO is that just go into consultancy. That is even the first point before you even start to say, okay, I want to go into farming, I want to build a structure. The easiest and the simplest, start with consultancy. Every NGO in this room has the capacity. You have people who have done research, human rights organizations in this room. There are so many consultancies that need you in this country. Roads are being constructed somewhere. People's rights are being violated. They want these human rights organizations to have some work with the communities around. So the question is, are you even thinking of those arenas? So if you want to think of the easiest way you can start with consultancies. But let me tell you, the funding is dropping, and you don't have a guarantee after exciting your donors that soon you'll be there in the arena. So all I'm trying to tell you is that please pay attention to issues of sustainability. Start to think outside the box. Donor priorities change. They are very unpredictable. You don't have control over it. However confident you are, today you may have a lot of funding. 2 or 3 years down the road, you have no source of funding. And yet, if you had something to keep you going, you would then survive. Fourth and last, either in 2 or 3 minutes, there were questions that were asked. Of course, I've already touched on that area to do with the so I'll answer it at that time. Yes. Okay, I think, thank you so much. Let me stop there so that I give others the opportunity. So thank you.
It's back. Thank you. A big round of applause to Secretary. Congratulations on the promotion and a new role. I think the onus is now on us as NGOs to ensure that we do whatever it takes to remain relevant in the space. For those of you who believe in banging the table, if that is going to work for you, please bang the table. If you are to remain relevant, I am not exciting you, but putting emphasis on having the positive side of compliance, I think that is key, in order to look at the negative side, but also internal matters before we go to external. So we need to have a self-reflection internally before we move out, but also reading and understanding the document. Talked about sustainability, and then understanding the new laws and regulation, but also innovation around setting up a business as a sustainability strategy for your NGO. So he also cheated the exams that we can start with consultancy as the low-hanging fruit. So allow me now to invite Madame Fatuma from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. What are some of the key things, compliance issues that are there, but also what has changed in the compliance landscape, and how better can you support civil society organizations to comply? Madam Fatuma, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. I'd also like to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful platform. I think most of us are well aware what URSB does. Our mandate is basically to register businesses. We also have the aspect of intellectual property. We are the official receiver, those who would like to wind up their companies. And also we have a new service called Simple Chateaus, those who want to acquire loans on movable property. As URSB, as you all know, the Companies Act was amended, and this came with a few changes of what is required of companies to do. The most important thing why it was amended was to simplify the registration process, where we introduced the online business registration. As Mr. Anthony has said, some of us don't need to go to URSB anymore. Most of the services are now online. You can register, reserve a name up to the end at the comfort of your home or anywhere, as long as you have internet and a laptop. And then the other thing that the changes brought about was the beneficial ownership form. Most of the NGOs thought this was not applicable to them, but it is applicable. We need to know the persons, the individuals behind that NGO, in a way to curb the money laundering crime that is going on around. Uganda had been put in the blacklist, so which would affect our international operations. But now we are out of the gray area. New beneficial ownership register that came. At least most of the companies have managed to comply. The amendment also brought about the deregistration and striking off companies that are not compliant. By compliance, we mean filing your annual returns every year. With now for the NGOs, you have to put the audit reports as well when you're filing these annual returns. So every end of year, you're supposed to do the filing of the annual returns. And then you let us know, are the members still the same? Are the directors still the same? But in any case, if there are any changes with the membership or directors, you still have to file the necessary documentation with URSB. Resolution is informing the Register of Companies of the changes in the organization. Last year, we struck off companies, but that did not mean we deregistered them. Those that were interested or still interested in waking up their companies, making them live again, there's still a chance. You can file the necessary outstanding annual returns and the necessary forms like Form 18 for company address. Every organization should have a proper address, physical, postal address. Everything is supposed to be captured on that form. So there's still a chance for those that were struck off and want to continue with their companies. The challenge we are having with most of the NGOs are the members. Like Dr. Okelo advised, if you're registering these organizations, sustainability, have members who are going to be available. But now most of the challenge we are having, most of the members registered maybe with the historical companies or historical organizations, some members are no longer there. They are no longer available. Now, how do you seize off those members so that you can continue with the organization? And that is where it comes in to read your documentation that you provided, the articles of association, the constitution. How are those members supposed to be terminated So those are the things you need to quote when you're bringing this resolution for filing, to have the membership amended or the directors amended. So those are things we are now having a challenge with, updating these historical NGOs. Most of the members have left, but there's still hope. You can still come to the office and we have those documents amended, but you need to follow constitutions, articles of association that you use for registering this organization. For those that would not have managed to update their companies that have annual returns 5 years and beyond, we are going to deregister. The first step was striking off the companies. The next is going to be the registration. We have given a year and then an extension period for those who wake up their companies. But after some time, we shall communicate, and those that have not stepped up are going to be deregistered from the system. They are going to be removed from the register completely. That when you wake up one day and you want to restore your company, it might be another procedure, not the easy one that we have been using online. So for the compliance bit, so those companies that were registered before 2023, we do request you do your updates if you're still interested in having that organization running. Do the data update. In case you don't know what that involves, you can visit the nearest URSB office. It's an online process. You can create an account on our online business registration and have the update done. For those that want to register, like for example, some CBOs want to turn their organizations into companies limited by guarantee, it's still possible to do it online through reservation, then registration, and you have your company done. With the new changes, we've also had the fees revised. Initially, the reservation fee was 20,000. Now it is 35,000. The same applies to the annual returns. Initially, it was 30,000. Now it is 35,000. And then for those that are looking at new registrations, it was 100,000 registration. Now it's 105,000. And the stamp duty was 35,000. That one still stands, 35,000. The company forms have also gone up from, they first were at 20, now then they went to 30, now they're at 35,000. So those are the fees for the companies limited by guarantee. And then the other issue I wanted to talk about compliance is when it comes to registration or doing data update for these companies, we need valid IDs, valid identification. For refugees, we need refugee cards from OPM. For non-Ugandans, passports. And then for Ugandans, we need national IDs, because our system has been designed in a way, the moment you say Ugandan, it's going to request you for a NIN number, and the NIN number loads itself automatically. We have connected the system with the NIRA system. So the moment you put in the NIN number, it loads. The same applies with the payments. When you are registering, at the end, the system assesses you, so you can have the money on your phone. Those are some of the changes that we've simplified to make sure that if you have the capacity to do this, you can do this. There are no excuses. I don't know. The offices are very fast. So if the capacity is there, that is why he said you need people who add value to the organization. There should be someone who can help do these filings since we are now online. The payments are already there. We have integrated our system with NIRA, with URA. So you should not have a different fee of what is supposed to be paid or what is not supposed to be paid. So that is why the Companies Act was amended, to simplify the registration process, deregister dormant companies, create this beneficial ownership form for to try to curb the money laundering crime. And then he also talked about the 7th edition. The citation has changed. Initially, the Companies Act was number 1, 2012. Now it is 106. So when these documents are drafted, the resolutions, please watch out for the citation, how you're stating the Companies Act. The Registration of Documents Act for the constitutions, it is now 291. So most of the chapters have changed. The citations have changed. So look out for this, because once you submit your document and you haven't quoted the right citation, you're bound to be queried. So let's look out for those small things that have changed. We have also seen the let's see. I think I've discussed the fees, and then the citations, and then the advantages. He has already discussed the advantages of being compliant. Now, there was also something to do. How shall we ensure? How shall we help you as URSB to keep being compliant as NGOs? When you register on our online system or update the company, these days you provide us with an official email and an official contact number. So we shall be communicating. If the company is due for annual return, we shall be sending out an email. We shall be sending out a phone message. So we need valid email addresses. Probably the company should have a valid email, because in most cases you might get a member's email, and in a week or a month that person is no longer available. The beauty is you can always change these email addresses. But changing of the email also calls for a fee. So if you want to change an email address, it is 55,000, but it's also applied online. It's also an application online. So apologies for that, but it had become a lot for us. Everyone was changing their email addresses. But you also have to write a letter if you're to change the email address. A letter has to be written requesting for the change of the email address. Okay. So I do request that we do comply for those that have registered, because lack of compliance is going to lead to deregistration of your companies. And the beauty about being compliant, there is this tendency of when someone wakes up and they want a document as fast as possible, like a resolution. Now, if you're compliant, believe me, that document is going to be out in a few minutes. But if you're not compliant, the system is going to first request you, file this, file that. All that is time consuming. But when the system finds you compliant, even the registrar finds you compliant, you're going to have your document out in just seconds. Like Mr. Anthony says, these days URSB, you want to register, it doesn't take more than a day, 24 hours. Sometimes even it's out in 1 hour, and someone can be surprised. I've just submitted this company, it's out. So that is why we have gone online, to make the system efficient and effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatuma. There is a new 50K for your email. If you want to, how much? 55. So I'm doing justice of 50. So please, let's comply and pay the 55,000. The fees have been revised for registration, for reservation. She gave us very clearly, but also proper physical address. Please, let's be clear of where we are from. They said, we are here for 3 months, but we'll move to the other place for 6 months, then we'll go now to our permanent place. So let's be very clear of our physical address. Now, Fatuma has given us a new categorization of the NGO that I wasn't aware about. Historical NGOs. So we now need to define historical NGOs. There were companies that were struck off but not deregistered. So we still have a chance to go and renew them. And I think the beneficial ownership, that brought a lot of confusion at some point. Everyone was rushing to make sure they comply, and I remember the deadline. But also changes in the registration processes, moving from offline to online, including name reservation registration. So all that can be done within a blink of an eye, as long as you have connectivity to the internet. Thank you very much, Fatuma. Let me now move to Gerard from NSSF, the National Social Security Fund. But also on behalf of those who complied, I want to inform you that we were very happy with the 11.5%. For those of us who complied, we were very happy. And we hope the percentage will go higher even next year. Let me invite Gerard to speak to us on what has changed in NSSF and how best you can work with CSOs to comply. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerald Paul Kasato. By the grace of God, I'm the Deputy Managing Director of NSSF. I'm joined by my colleagues, Geoffrey Sajabi, Chief Commercial Officer. Maybe you can stand up for recognition. And then Mr. Humphrey Ogwang, who is the Area Manager for Arua. So basically, at NSSF, our purpose is very simple. Our purpose is to make savings a way of life. We derive our mandate from the NSSF Act. In the 7th edition of the Uganda Law Reform, it is now capped to 30. I think Dr. Okello touched about the importance of reading laws and ensuring how, or getting to know how they impact you. So if you go to the 7th edition, the NSSF Act will be capped to 30. Previously, it was capped to 2. Maybe that is the first change. In terms of how we do or how we undertake our activities to meet our purpose, we have 5 values. The first one is customer centricity. In whatever we do, we put the customer ahead of everything that we do. Actually, when we did a study recently, our customer satisfaction stood at 89%. This is a figure that we track every year. Our target is to try and get it up to 95%, but we are at 89%. And we can understand why probably we haven't been able to get to the over 90%, but we still aspire to get to 95%. The second value, which we hold dear to our operations, is integrity. Our services are free. Hint, hint, I don't want to mention. You do not have to pay anything to come to access our services. We have 17 branches and we have 23 outreach centers across the country. But we've also invested heavily in technology. People who have smartphones, you can download the NSSF Go app, and then you can get anything that you want regarding your savings with NSSF. For those who do not have the luxury of having a smartphone, you can get to know your balance by using dialing *254#, which someone who has a USSD phone can actually get to know what is it that we have with them in terms of their NSSF savings. So teamwork is extremely important. Innovation is also extremely important in terms of what we do, and then also efficiency. So those are our 5 values. So we have a purpose, and then we have the 5 values. Now, getting into, in terms of what we are mandated to do, we are mandated to cover employers. In the old law, which is the NSSF Act before the amendment in 2022, this meant that we were targeting employers who are employing more than 5 employees. And essentially what happened is that the employer was required to pay 5% of the gross salary of the employee, and the employer would then make an additional top-up of 10%, in which case we get 15%. But under the new law, the NSSF Act as amended in 2022, the threshold of 5 employees has been lifted. So essentially today, even if you're employing one person, it could even be a house help, right? You are required to pay NSSF for that person. But we do not use the compliance-based model in terms of enforcing our mandate. The way we try to enforce our mandate is through a relationship model. Through our branches and networks, every employer is actually now attached to a branch. But they can also access actually all of our services online. So we try and talk to you to ensure that we pay, and we know this is very dear to the people in the NGO world, because many of you who try to set up to do operations in Uganda, there has been in the past a misinterpretation that the NSSF is a tax. It's actually not a tax. By contributing for your members or your employees, you're trying to help them when they need the money. You're trying to help them to save for a time when they'll need the money. The life expectancy in Uganda, according to the old census, used to stand at 63 years. But these days, actually, it has been established that Ugandans live up to 67. Now, but actually, the distorting thing, my background is, mathematics, and there's a distortion when it comes to looking at averages sometimes. The person in Kampala is expected to live the same number of years as the person in the villages, deep in the villages, where perhaps it is difficult to get access to good health care. So essentially what we are seeing from the side of NSSF is people living so many years way after they have even been paid their age benefit. Our age benefit, according to the law, is 55 years. So when you get to 55 or 50, or even 45, because in 2022, midterm access was introduced at 45 years of age. But actually what we are seeing is that so many people are, because NSSF is the only money that they have, they actually don't have much to show after they have been paid. So, but the good thing is that when the law was amended, it gave the Minister of Gender and Labor and Social Government the mandate to gazette rules on voluntary savings. So currently, actually tomorrow, we will be unveiling to the public the first product which is being made as a result of the voluntary savings rules, or sorry, regulations. So this basically means that over and above the 15% that you're required to save with NSSF, you can save on your own. Previously, the issue was around interest, whereby interest used to be paid, or we've been paying interest once a year. And I can understand why the 11.5% was celebrated. But these days, okay, from tomorrow onwards, we are going to be creating another category of savings where you can, over and beyond the minimum of 15%, save, and that interest will not have to wait until the minister declares interest. That interest will be computed on a daily, and then it will be credited to your account. That is a separate account on a monthly basis. But the details of that you'll find out tomorrow. I don't want to, to take away most of the thunder that will happen tomorrow. But voluntary is actually not limited to even that window. These days, we actually also have what we call top-ups. We are seeing so many employers or so many employees electing to pay over and above the 15%. All you have to do is to tell your employer that in addition to my, 5,000, can you also send 5,000 to the NSSF? And to many of them, because these days, as soon as the money hits our account, you get an SMS message which shows you that indeed the money has come, and you can actually track your savings with NSSF. This has empowered so many people regarding NSSF, and it has changed the way the NSSF is being viewed. To the NGO world, what I want to say is that NSSF is a good brand. Actually, we invest in research of our brand, and it has been established that the NSSF brand is the best in Uganda, with the best brand that there is to do business in Uganda. I can go on and on, but there are benefits of partnering or working with NSSF. Talking about sustainability, the reason why, what makes actually NSSF a very strong brand is the fact that these days we invest a lot in terms of reporting and accounting to our stakeholders by way of our annual reports. Recently, our integrated report won the FIRE Award, which is the best integrated report in the country. Our sustainability report was also ranked the best sustainability report in Uganda. For the NGO world, I think this is good because by you being NSSF compliant, and I'm going to come to NSSF compliance, you are associating with the very best that there is to do business in Uganda. In terms of our compliance, we closed the year ended 30th of June 2024 at 57%. In fact, even the year before, it was 57%. But that was largely on account of the fact that when the law was changed, and the threshold was lifted from 5 to everybody being eligible to now enroll for NSSF, now it meant that we have a wider pool. So obviously our compliance came down, and we've come to learn that it can be a challenge for the NGOs to comply. But from time to time, we get letters. Like I said, our services are free. All you have to do is to ensure that you are communicating with us through either our branch, all our offices, or you can actually write to the managing director. We get letters where NGOs probably they have not gotten funding for the financial year, and they are advising us that they are ceasing operations maybe in a year's time. We understand that. Yeah, we have had cases where NGOs who we have audited have been penalized. You come to us, and then actually the NSSF Act creates a provision whereby the managing director has a discretion to waive the penalty. We've had so many discussions on penalty waiving, and indeed, we've actually waived where we can. So all I'm saying, all you have to do is to make sure that you are transparent with us. We do not come to make life difficult. We understand the business and space in which you operate. Our duty is to try as much as possible to make life easy for you, because when life is easy for you, we benefit as a country because our members are contributing towards their retirement. And these days, our members will be contributing for so many different goals. We've actually done research, and we've come to learn that people want to save for things like education for their children, health when they get sick, maybe further studies if they want to continue to improve themselves, and we will be unveiling products that fit into that space. In terms of figures, I'm coming to the end. I see the moderator is coming. Yeah, we currently stand at about 23 trillion. Our target as by the end of June 2025 was to get us to 20 trillion. We've surpassed it. Our benefits turnaround time has actually greatly improved. Our target is to try and get it to 1 day, but currently we're doing about 7 days. But we are still investing in technology, and that will continue to improve going forward. In terms of the figures of how much we paid, last year we paid 1.2 trillion to Ugandans in terms of benefits, and we actually paid 46,000 members. I can go on and on, but I understand time is of essence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerard. I was disappointed that we did not clap for NSSF being the best brand in East Africa. We did not clap for the 2.3 trillion. We did not clap for the 1.2 and also the 46,000 members. I think this deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, Gerard. Thank you, the panel. We can now track our NSSF savings online, but also there are branches all over the country that can serve us better. We also have online platforms that is built, the NSSF Go app, bill to simplify our work, but also all NSSF services are free of. I add that one, free of charge. Members, we're very flexible with our program. Please hold your fire. We will pause for lunch. That should take us about 30 minutes or 35. And then after lunch, we will come for, you see when I say 1 hour, we'll come here after 2 hours. So our lunch will be 35 minutes maximum, and we will come back for Q&A. And then we will be announcing how the breakout will work. Please, I hope you still have your cards. Yellow cards, blue cards, red cards, green cards. Please keep those cards. It will guide us when we will eventually go to the next session. Announcement, we have 3 service points for our lunch. We have at the registration point, we have at the restaurant, and then we have another point near the swimming pool. I have been requested to remind the steering committee members, the regulators, and our invited guests. We will move to the pool side. The menu is the same. We will move to the pool side. The rest of us will occupy the restaurant where we had breakfast from, and also we have the registration point that has been decently set for lunch. So allow me to have this pause for lunch, and we take the 35 minutes and report back. But let's clap for the panel as they move back to sit and also head out for lunch. So I have also been informed that the prayer in the morning is still valid. So we will not pray for lunch. The same prayer still works. So let's break out for lunch and we come back here after 35 minutes. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Hello? Thank you very much. Can I have your ears? Thank you very much. Welcome back from the lunch break. I'm glad we kept time. By the grace of God, we kept time. And, we should have the same spirit. It is very difficult to moderate after lunch because I have to be having very close connection with the audience, and I have to be reading you. Please, should you have any, I should have passed this earlier. Should you have any dietary needs that are very specific, please get in touch with the organizers. If you don't eat frogs, if you don't eat, please get in touch so that we put the menu right and we give you the consideration. And also, should you have any logistical challenges, please do get in touch with the organizers, and we see how to address that if it is within our means. You will allow me now to invite back the panel for the Q&A. That should take us for about 30 minutes, and then we'll go for the breakout session. So let me have Dr. Stephen Okello back. Let me have Madam Fatuma from URSB back. Let me have, sorry about that. Let me have Gerard also back on the panel. I had requested people to write some questions and submit, but everyone was telling me that I want to fire by myself. So I don't know if I have also set the landmine for you people, just like Anthony did for Stephen. So Stephen had to step on the landmine. So we will have a microphone. Where is Yusuf? Yusuf will be passing on that microphone. We will take the first 5. They respond. The next 5. And the next 5.
the policy and the act, let's also discuss this further. How are NGO representatives identified to actually go and represent them on these committees? Then, of course, the third one is something she just talked about. The same way the refugees are facing a challenge when it comes to these interpretations is also the same way even international NGOs are facing a challenge. Now, they're facing a challenge because, just as she put it, they come already incorporated. So there's no reason for them to go to URSB and be either incorporated again. All they have to do is to proceed straight to the NGO Bureau. And I think in 2009, we sat down with URSB and agreed on that. But along the way, so many things have happened. One is that a number of these international NGOs, you either identify a lawyer or a middleman. This person heads to URSB, does not even tell them this person is already incorporated in another country. And that's how we have seen so many international NGOs have ended up with double incorporation. And they're actually stuck with it, and they're trying to see how to actually get rid of it. Now, I'm thinking that when we start consulting, this is an area also we need to talk about, because now we are aware that issues of beneficial ownership have come up. And you see, it's only URSB that has got the forms and is mandated by the Companies Act to handle that. Now, we need to also address that arena. Should we have an arrangement where international NGOs come and first proceed? And by the way, it's not only international NGOs. We also have continental NGOs that come already incorporated. We have regional NGOs from within the partner states in East Africa. So I think it is something which we need to harmonize during this process of consultation. So it's something I wanted to touch on. But the earlier questions in the morning, I'm just going to answer a few of them. The issue of the fines came up over and over again. I think if you read what the NGO Act says, but even before I go to that, these fines originally were there. And what the Act previously, before 2016, provided was that if your permit expired, you would be given a 3-month window. Then if you don't come to renew after the permit has expired for 3 months, then you need to start paying 20,000 every month. When we were discussing the bill and it was on the floor of Parliament, the MPs totally rejected it. They said, first of all, allowing an NGO whose permit has expired to continue operating is like you are condoning to a non-compliance and for someone to be operating illegally. So they said, instead of doing it like that, why don't you give them a 6-month period before expiry, so that if you do not renew your permit 6 months before the expiry, then you have to pay that fine. Now, the argument was, how much do you pay? And I remember the MPs were very clear that if you have given someone 6 months and they have not taken advantage of the 6 months, then why are you going to charge them only 20,000? And that's how I think a zero was added to there to then make it that amount. So the good thing is that we are beginning the process of consultations. Prepare your arguments. We shall discuss them, but you know that the moment we are done, we shall extract the principles, extract the arguments, take them to cabinet. If cabinet says it's okay, it will go back again to the same parliament. If they feel those fines should drop, well and good. But if they feel it should then it should remain, that also. But the argument was, if you have a penalty of 2 million and a 6-month window before expiry, it's only an NGO that is not really serious or genuine that will ever pay that fine. So any genuine and serious NGO will never ever pay that fine, because they will never allow to ever be caught on the other side. So those are the arguments. Because I was there, I followed the arguments, so you need to know where that came from. But also there's the issue of the multiple registration issues. I think Anthony hinted in the morning that the good news is that NGOs are about to be removed from the list of accountable persons. I think they're even been removed because the Minister of Finance had issued a 30 days instrument for anyone who has an objection to that, because there was a lot of pressure coming from the Financial Action Task Force and the Eastern and Southern Anti-Money Laundering Group that right now the NGO regulating the country has got the capacity. So you don't need to give that burden on NGOs by making them also become accountable persons. Anything you want, get them from the regulator and don't put that pressure on the NGOs. So the government had accepted. So I think the 60 days window, I think, is over. Now, I do not know if the Minister of Finance should now come out and declare that they have been removed. So I think let's wait. Soon you're going to get a formal communication from the Minister of Finance informing the NGOs that you are no longer accountable persons. Now that means that FIA and NGO Bureau will have to work out how to handle so many things, because I know that even if you stop being accountable persons, the Financial Action Task Force is requesting that we need to adopt a risk-based approach where we need to pay attention to all these NGOs and assess them according to the risk levels, so that if you see an NGO is operating in a way or in a particular area and the risk levels are high, you need to always raise it. You're also aware that there was a risk assessment conducted on Uganda whereby the risk level generally was found to be low, but within the law, 2 categories were found to be having a very high risk level. One was the madrasas. All of you know what a madrasa is. I think Arua could be having a number of them. These faith-based organizations that are teaching the young children these Islamic principles and norms. So the risk assessment found that the risk level there was a bit high, that they had higher chances of being radicalized, and so we needed to pay attention. Then also, the second category are borders where there was insecurity, where terrorist activities take place easily, like Kasese and other areas. So NGOs operating in those areas were at risk of either being used as a channel to pass on money or something like that. So we are supposed to adopt a risk-based approach for handling NGOs so that they can be removed from the list of accountable persons. Then the issue of MOUs, he touched on it. I think the last time I was in Lira, the people from the Lango sub-region, I had actually told them that I want to have a meeting with the Attorney General's office on this, because this issue is posing actually a big challenge. You have all the thousands of NGOs that have to enter into MOUs. I'm aware Attorney General's office is all over the country, but do they have that capacity in terms of numbers to scrutinize all MOUs before they can endorse? So I think this is something that we are going to have a conversation with them, and we see how we can have it addressed. The issue of the DNMCs and SNMCs, we are aware that a number of them are not so operational, and also the challenge is the new districts coming up. I think this is something we shall further discuss when we come back to consult on the Act. In terms of the impact assessment, I think I answered. It was Elizabeth who had raised it. And I remember Anthony trying to say it's not something you'll easily get. But there was a question that how do NGOs also benefit from the government? I remember in 2015 when we were working on the bill, there was a proposal that there should be a basket fund for NGOs in this country. And I think Anthony also touched on it, whereby government would put some money there, private sector would put some money there, development partners put some money there, and then individuals who want to support the sector put money there. But as he has told you, the same NGO sector rejected it. Their reason was that government is going to use that basket fund to control the NGOs in this country. So, if between 2015 and now NGOs feel their reasons have changed, then we are coming back. If you want us to discuss it again, and you want us to, and you feel you need it, please, you can. One thing I can tell you, in October 2023, I was invited by the Tanzanian government to make a presentation on sustainability. And when I made a presentation at their annual NGO forum, the vice president was there. And I'm telling you, he piqued interest in this fund because I presented it. And as we talk now, Tanzania is at the final point of clearance to have that fund established. Government is going to put money there, private sector is going to be rallied, because I can tell you, if you walk to the private sector now, even in Arua here or anywhere, they will never give you money. But the moment it is through a law and a government arrangement, just assume that, let me say, telecom companies were told to give a percentage of some of their monies. All these big companies, just imagine how much would be going into that basket. It's not something you even coerce someone. You just put a small percentage, and they will always remit that money. South Africa is doing it. I can list so many countries that are doing it, but who benefits the NGOs? And by the way, it's not even the international NGOs. It is for the indigenous. So the indigenous actually who are even hard hit by this whole shrinking funding opportunities, you need a basket fund. In 2015, if actually you look at the bill, we clearly indicated that it will not even be the NGO Bureau controlling that. We wanted a separate body to be established with guidelines on how that money can be accessed, how it can be accounted for, who can benefit from it, and the target was let the indigenous benefit from it. Because at that time you could already see the funding was dropping, but the same NGOs rejected it. So I think there are so many questions. I think I will keep adding as we get more questions coming up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to this side of the room. If the issue has already been addressed, let's not repeat. So let's have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's start from here. The front. The two.
Okay, thank you so much. Mine are more comments than just an update on removal of NGOs from being accountable persons. I'm informed as of last week, this was supposed to be tabled before Parliament. So I think the instrument has been prepared and they are waiting for Parliament. So when Parliament sits and decides that NGOs should stop being accountable person, that's when we shall be there. Stephen talks about the process of review, which is good, but I just wanted to highlight something because I heard earlier people talk about fines. Maybe it's time we discuss these fines. If it comes out from the consultations that maybe these fines are part of why NGOs are closing, you never know, we might have a reduction in them. And by the way, the fines are not the only fines with the NGO Act or NGO Bureau. I think the NGO Bureau has been the biggest enforcer. One of the fine I find extremely problematic is the fine on beneficial owners register. If I did a census, people in this room, those with beneficial ownership registers, probably there might be 1 or 2 or none. But the fine is 500,000 per day per officer if you don't have a beneficial ownership register. It hasn't been enforced, but we don't need to wait. Because I was looking at Deniva, we have a board of 9 people. So when I add the institution, which makes 10, that will be 5 million per day. So there are quite other crazy fines. We may need to see it, look through them, and maybe advocate for them being changed. There's a thing that they didn't talk, and I don't think the lady from URSB will address this, but I just wanted to talk about it. CBOs, there's a big problem with CBO names across the whole country because CBOs do not reserve the names. They don't register their names. They are unincorporated. So when an NGO comes and picks your name as a CBO and incorporates as a company, you lose the name. Or if there have also been situations where a CBO picks a name of an existing NGO. For example, someone goes in Maracha and calls themselves the new. And because CBOs are registered at district level, they don't go to URSB, the district will give them that name. And then I show up in Maracha and everyone is accusing me maybe of doing something or not doing something, when actually the person who did it was totally different. The thing we've been proposing to URSB is to allow CBOs to register names similar to how we register business names. Right now, if you subject a name for registration as a business name, URSB will tell you this is an NGO kind of name, the way it sounds. So they want to register it. They want to register not that it exists somewhere else, but because I know you NGOs love to put a lot of words in your names. So they say, no, you sound like an NGO, we want to register it. That's something we need to engage probably with the top management of URSB. Again, with URSB, my biggest problem has been URSB registrars not understanding NGOs. I don't know if we need maybe a training or something. They treat, a lot of them treat companies limited by guarantee like they were having shares. And you will spend a whole 2 months answering comments. Recently, I was so pissed and I asked someone, of course I never meet them, I asked if they just like you are doing. So they do not have an automatic legal requirement to represent. So you'll find in districts without NGO forums, for the NGO, so that it can represent the on the district committee. That's a misconception, and it's coming from us. It's not coming from them.
Madam, discuss in the breakout. So please, we'll have more time in the breakout. Let me have Tassilo and then this gentleman, and then we'll close with the four and then move to get the panel respond, and then we will have this discussed during the breakout. We are running out of time. Yes, him.
Okay,
then
thank you
we'll
very
come back
much.
to
My name is Ronald Foirwa.
Please, let's keep it under 1 minute.
Yes. Remember, it was burning for a whole nation. All right. Now, to NSSF, if I heard you right, you talked about removal of requirement of the 5 now to even 1 worker, and it can even apply to domestic workers, if I got you right. Now, is there a legal basis or other legal frameworks available that can support this? Because the assumption could be, if my wife is pregnant, she gives a baby, birth to a baby, tomorrow you want to hire, maybe to get someone like a babysitter to support, and I have to comply with the NSSF. Or is this applicable to entities, companies, or even individuals? To Fatuma, we appreciate that working, the OBRS has really made life very easy for us to comply and do many other things. But 2 quick things. One, how it has become difficult to change like email than even changing director. The 50,000 when you are requiring me to change. And let me tell you, these are some of the simplest things, but they cause a lot of problem. For those who have experience, those who have tried to register on that line, sometimes it depends on the quality of network. For me to succeed, I lost like 4 different numbers because it creating this OTP, and before the whole system is ready, that number is gone. You try to use it, say it has been taken. You have to put another one until you succeed. So those errors are sometimes not even by us. They're just mistakes even from the system. Internet can be weak, particularly in rural areas, and they create those errors. But we are paying heavily for them, and it can become costly to the institution. But the other question is, you are doing a good job of reaching CBOs. I've seen many. I work for NGO Forum. Many of our members are CBOs. But you go ahead and incorporate them. It is very easy. It has been made easy. But for them to transition from the CBO status, I mean from after incorporation to become NGOs, there is a huge roadblock, the requirement. That's why people are talking of 2-3 years. And yet in between incorporation and becoming NGOs, legally these people are operating like, let me call it illegally for lack of better words, because by law, you are not a CBO anymore, and you are not even an NGO. So any of your action can be questioned. So in other words, if you incorporate these people without helping them to transition quickly to become NGOs, there's a lot of exposure and they call it, yes, to legal sanctions that is there. Not only that, not just because they have been touched, but that's what we have known, and something need to be done about it.
Thank you. Can we?
No, the last one is a big concern with the district NGO monitoring committees. Okay, first of all, to the question of the law that has been changed. We want to know what has become of the statutory instrument number 21 and 22, particularly those fees and other things. Has it also changed? How do we relate with these people at the district when they are asking, okay, when we want them to issue certificate and other things? And the second problem has been the DNMCs are giving a big problem to us. They are refusing to recognize the organization on the ground. Part of the problem Plan International has raised is created by the DNMCs. You find, let me give an example, maybe NGO Forum.
Please, as you...
yes, it is pertinent. The issue is, they found you working, you became incorporated when the district was 1. Now it is 3. And the new districts are not recognizing you. And they're causing problem to NGOs, actually dividing the NGOs. And unfortunately, some of our partners also go and start recognizing, for convenience of working with these district NGO monitoring committees, they are dividing the members, the people on the ground, which is unfortunate. So we need to tackle it at that level of the district and also among ourselves.
Thank you very much. Let's have the microphone here. The rest of this will be handled in the breakout. So we'll have him and then have the panel respond. And I have one question here for NSSF after you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I know the mic works. I might not have to stand up. So I think the important point that you made, Stephen, Dr. Okello, is that there's going to be a review of the NGO Act and there's going to be consultations. And I think I wanted to encourage all the participants here to see that this is a huge opportunity for you to bring up and to bring in your points, your ideas, to create a process which is simpler and less costly for everyone, not only for CSOs, but also for government, because the whole objective of the rationalization process is obviously to reduce costs. So how do you reduce also costs for government to make compliance more easy? I see that you've put in place a portal at your ISB. Is that something that could be helpful also? That, you know, if you submit additional documents, they are, you know, via this portal, they can then be looked at by the NGO bureau, and then maybe, you know, validation of a permit can be done much more quickly. That could be, in my opinion, something, you know, sort of an extension of that portal. Could be probably helpful to reduce costs. And then the possibility also to iron out some of the low-hanging fruits that I think were discussed here. No, the 55,000 shillings that you have to pay to change an email address. These small things that are time-consuming and complicated for some NGOs. Maybe there could be also a working group where regulators sit together with some of the most informed NGOs of the sector and discuss, okay, let's just make procedures a little bit simpler. Go for some of these low-hanging fruits, and then at the end of the day come out with a process that is a little bit simpler and easier to understand and less costly for everyone. And my question, would be to Stephen. What is the timeline for the review of the NGO Act that you have in mind? What is the policy? Yeah, the review process and the timeline, and how do you want to involve civil society in that process?
Thank you very much. Finally, to NSSF, can the NSSF consider representation of NGOs on its board? And then there is a statement here that NSSF, please do not consider increasing the minimum age for age benefits. Members are not serving for funerals and beneficiaries. Gerard, you can take it on from there, and also your last words or your parting shot. So I'll give each one of you 2 minutes to respond to the issues, and also give your concluding remarks in 2 minutes. So members are not serving for funerals, no beneficiaries. So Gerard, in 2 minutes, your response and final remarks.
Yes, thank you so much. The age benefit is not being reviewed, so I don't even know where it's coming from. I think I was misunderstood when I said that people are living longer. That's the reality. All I'm saying is that actually many of the people who are saving are actually getting the benefits, because the people that we pay, who are the initial savers themselves, constitute about 97%. It is only 3% that we pay out as survivors' benefit. So there's a high probability, more than 80%, that people in this room will actually get their benefit when they become eligible, at 50 and 55. And there has not been any ideas on changing that age. Moving on to Ronald, regarding the, your second question was representation on the board. Yeah, the NSSF board is a tripartite board. It is consistent with the ILO convention, whereby you have employers represented, you have workers represented, and then you have government represented. I think where the NGOs fall is probably through the employer or either the employer route, because NGOs are employers, so in that case I would encourage NGOs to also enroll to be members of the Federation of Uganda Employers. That is one route. But the second route for the NGOs is to ensure that their members are actually unionized. There are so many unions, and these days they are conducting all sorts of outreach activities to spread the activities beyond Kampala. So when they come to this part, I would encourage you to enroll as members of the union. That is the second route. We have the Federation of Uganda, sorry, we have the National Trade, NOTU, yeah, National Organization of Trade Unions, NOTU represented, and we also have Confederation of, Federation of COFTU, right? So there's COFTU and NOTU represented by each one, giving us 2 members on the board. So it's a tripartite board. Currently, there is no provision for NGOs as a group. In fact, we've even had in the past the bankers through Association of Uganda Bankers. They think that because they are big employers, they should also be given a special seat. Our response has always been the same. Currently, it's the 3 windows, but then as consultations, maybe to borrow a leaf from the NGO world, there will be a chance or an opportunity to review the NSSF Act. Maybe we could also have other categories. In terms of Ronald, where he says that he wants me to clarify whether even a domestic help is now required to be paid for by their employer. But I want to challenge Ronald a little bit. I don't know how much you pay your domestic help, but assuming you're paying them 100,000, 15% of 100,000 is 15,000 shillings, whereby your help is contributing 5,000 and you're making a top up of 10,000. Clearly, that cannot be a lot. But assuming you're paying them even 5,000, in which case the 15% is 7,500. Of course, to the so many Ugandans in that category, complying with that requirement might be a challenge. What we've done is that we've invested in technology. You can do it in the comfort of your house, on your phone. You do not have to come to any of our branches. But in the event you have difficulty in how you can do it on your phone, maybe you walk into the branch for the first time, and then they'll help you walk you through the process. Next time you don't have to come back. But I think the idea is a noble one, whereby every Ugandan, because the reality is that we'll all age at some point, whether we like it or not, and we'll need that money when we actually not in a position to be in active employment, just as we were when we were younger. So I think it's a noble cause to contribute to the people that we employ. Of course, we are not raiding houses to find out which house is not complying. We've not gotten to that level. What we are doing is basically to sensitize, because we know with a good message, people will comply on their own. There was, I don't know if there was any other question.
I think those were the main.
These were the main questions. In terms of my parting shots, because I'm mindful of time, right? I thank you so much for the opportunity and the platform to share with you what we are doing. We cannot be perfect. At NSSF, we take a lot of feedback, and we like feedback. You can access our website. We take advantage of platforms like this one. We reach out to employers where people actually work through what we call road shows. You can come to any of our branches, like I said, 17 branches, 23 outreach centers. We'll continue to engage, and we can take the conversation away from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Let's have Fatuma in 2 minutes, your response and closing remarks.
Thank you, moderator. I wanted to start with a comment he made about registrars not knowing difference between a company limited by shares and a company limited by guarantee. I think I assure you they know, but sometimes when some individuals are incorporating these companies limited by guarantee, there's some kind of confusion, especially in the articles or something. Yet the Companies Act provides for the layout of these sections and everything. So for a company limited by guarantee, we expect you to comply with the table C. And there's also where the sections are arranged. So if you go to the Companies Act, you can see how those things are done. And I think in the break, I'm going to engage you on the queries that they made, and we see a way forward how we can have that sorted. Then on the CBOs, like you say, the incorporation is easy. Now, the other issue is on the requirements of the NGO. That is now for the NGO. So if maybe they reduce, maybe we can find a way of how, or if we have one system, one information system, we can find a way of how we can have all this done in one round. Then the issue of the change of emails occurring for a payment or something. This is more like an application to the registrar. When you do write an application to the registrar, you want anything, you're going to make some payment. And with the new form that came, the official account confirmation form, whereby you provide us the email and the phone number of the company that this is what we are going to use, there is a note below. I encourage each and everyone to read the note, because it's about that payment that will come in case something, you're going to do an application to the registrar regarding the change. So application to the registrar as a charge, it's like when you want to dispense limited from your name, you write an application to the registrar, there's a payment you make. Even dispensation, you make a payment. So those are the payments that we are looking at. But of course, for some circumstances, I think there are special circumstances, like someone has lost their phone number or some phone number has been blocked, because we've had such circumstances. You explain that, that fee can be waived because it's understandable, it was not your doing. Then the issue about incorporating NGOs onto URSB portal, I think that is also something that can be looked at, because right now we are also incorporating, having a way of having TIN numbers. If you want to get a TIN instantly after registration, it is something we are trying to put onto the system so that you can have the TIN acquired there and then. I think those were the few questions that came up. I would like to thank the organizers for this engagement, for this conference. And I do encourage each and everyone, if you have a challenge with URSB, please visit our nearest URSB office. We are always ready to help and assist. For those who need the phone number, we shall see at the break. You can call anytime and we assist you.
Thank you very much. This also confirms the midnight.
No.
Thank you very much. Let me have Stephen to make his final remarks, and then his parting shot.
Yes, thank you, moderator, and also thanks to everyone for the questions. I just have a few issues. The first one was a question on the offices of the NGO Bureau. It came in much earlier, whether we had moved and left where the current offices were. All of you are aware that upon the rationalization of the Bureau, everyone in their mindset, it was that once the law commences, you're going to pack up and then head to the ministry. And I will tell you that when that date reached, that is what actually so many people approached us on. And our first question to them was, where do you want us to go? Because we moved out of the ministry because of office space. And within the ministry also, there's still no office space. So we had a long conversation with the ministry, and we resolved that the Bureau remains where it is. So as we talk now, we are still at the same offices, third floor of Kingdom Kampala. But of course, I also wanted to inform you that we have office space in the Jealous house that is under construction. They had promised to finish it by April this year, Because of funding challenges, they failed to. They pushed it to December. They have again come out to say they may finish it in March. So that means that if by March the Jealous House is ready, then we shall be moving to the Jealous House.
Okay.
All of you who at least saw the previous offices of the NGO Bureau within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I'm sure your worry was going back to that same experience. So I think don't worry about that. We are staying where we are until March in case the Jealous House is ready. Now, I wanted to also comment on the issue of the CBOs. First, of course, I wanted to give some clarification on the issue of incorporation. CBOs are not supposed to be incorporated under the Act. It means that the best a CBO can do is to go to the DNMC. No, it goes to the SNMC. They are recommended to the DNMC. The DNMC is the one that registers them. And it stops at that level. So CBOs are not supposed to be registered according to the laws in place now. Right now, even as we talk with all these, the government programs, PDM, a lot of money was supposed to be given through CBOs. And there was a huge conversation. How do we give money to these CBOs? And we were approached. And our answer to them is that CBOs are not incorporated, they are not a legal entity, they are not a body corporate. That means that you cannot even say CBO is going to open a bank account in their own names. So it means that any CBO that wants to either receive money because of either the government programs, the best you can do is to trust one of your members to open a bank account, receive those funds, then the CBO can access them. And that was the advice we gave, and that is what is being used. But during the review process of the Act, we want to discuss this. Because when we approached on this whole government program and CBOs, the areas of concern was there are so many CBOs out there that are actually fit to be NGOs, but have opted to continue and stay down there like a CBO. Look at their monies. Their monies are even way more than even a full NGO. Of course, I understand what was raised, that there's some CBOs that are real small. That is true. Those are the genuine CBOs. Those ones were meant to be CBOs. Very small, sub-county level there. But there are CBOs that can even move now from a sub-county to county to district, to even districts. And they have the capacity. They even have more money. Now, those are the CBOs that please go and become a full NGO. So now, the conversation also says that if CBOs, because you see, there's also another lower level of the self-help groups. Now, self-help groups are the informal ones. They don't have any formalities, they don't have a constitution, they don't have a... And you see, there was a concern earlier, I think by the mayor, that even because of these government programs, they are even being pushed to register. I am aware that local governments were even given a directive, find a way to register them because they're supposed to receive some funding. Now, those ones, legally, we have not reached there. Self-help groups have no formalities. These are groups that come together either to handle a burial issue, something like that, just self-help group within a community. But CBOs now, a bit more formal. They have a constitution, they have structures, they're actually more formal. So during this review process, one thing we want to really unpack, isn't it high time for CBOs to begin incorporating? Especially now that I'm hearing some are even already incorporating. Yes, some do. So to save them even this burden of questioning, how did you incorporate? Why don't CBOs just, because I can tell you, CBOs are partnering with NGOs. On what basis are you partnering? You don't have any legal capacity. You are not a legal entity. You even sign a partnership agreement. CBOs are receiving funds from NGOs to implement the activities at grassroots levels. How are you doing that if you are not a legal entity?
Dr. Stephen, as you conclude?
Yes, I'm concluding. So I'm requesting that really we need to have a conversation, and a sincere one. Isn't it high time for CBOs to start incorporating. It will save them a lot. Yes. I know of CBOs that have a lot of property. They have land, they're even paying rent, they've even signed partnership agreements. So isn't it high time for CBOs to begin incorporating? So the question that was asked last, before I conclude, in terms of this review process, the timelines, actually this same week that I'm here, I was supposed to start engaging the potential funders of this whole process. I should have engaged GIZ and so many stakeholders because the engagement schedule is ready and we wanted to actually start the process. So the fact that we are here this week, next week I think we want to engage the different stakeholders. There are NGOs that actually are also stepping forward to say, in our area or sub-region, we are ready to come out and support because we have split the country into 16 sub-regions to have a comprehensive consultation, meaning that we are looking for stakeholders who can support within a sub-region. If you can bring all the districts, let me say, assuming we wanted, let me say, West Nile. If there's a stakeholder that can say, don't worry, let's meet in this hotel. I'm going to bring everyone from West Nile, from Nebi, Adjumani, Moyo, everyone to come into this room and consult. That's what the level we have now reached. We tell you how we want to proceed. Then all we have to do is you come on board, you partner with us, then we can work together. So the issue is resources to comprehensively cover the entire country. So next week, once we are back, I'm going to share this with different stakeholders to look through, especially those that have even already expressed interest, so that the moment we finish that process, then we shall go back to the national level, put those things together, and consult the different stakeholders at the national level. Now, at the national level, we have different consultations to conduct. We have development partners. I'm sure they have a platform. We have done it before. They will come together. We have the media. We have NGO leaders at the national level. We have the academia. We have so many stakeholders, but that will be after we have finished the sub-regions around the country. Then the moment we are done, we are going to extract the principles. Since we are handling the policy and the act together, we shall extract the principles, see what is for the policy, what is for the act, proceed to cabinet. If cabinet approves the policy, that's where the policy remains. If they approve the principles for the act, then we shall proceed with them to parliament. Then it will then open up room for more consultations at parliament level. Then we can conclude on the process. So I think that's what the last question was. But in terms of involvement, we want to comprehensively involve the sector. The teams that are going to go out, our target is that we already have a technical committee that the Minister of Internal Affairs appointed. I'm the chairperson of that technical committee that is handling the legal aspect. But we want to add NGOs to that team so that this team cannot go everywhere. So we are going to split it into smaller teams to cover the entire country. So we want to get NGOs to actually come on board, but also in every sub-region we are going to, we want 2 representatives. One is from the district local government, another one is from a representative of NGOs, meaning that NGOs will have, let me say, 2 representatives. One is coming with us from the national level, the other one we should find from the ground. Let me say if we came here and Feni is on the ground, Feni will be of great help to us during that process. So Feni automatically comes on board, but also Feni should have someone from local government who is key in the process to also help with the mobilization. And so that's how we are going to move to try and cover the entire country. So that's all I could respond to. In terms of my parting shots, all I want to say is that thank you so much for this opportunity. It is one that gives us room to further discuss. I'm looking forward to all the discussions. I know there are still more issues I'm going to respond to between now and Thursday. So I'm still available. I'm not about to move until all these issues have been touched. But also there's something I wanted to touch on which she brought out, that a number of NGOs, of course, at times look at the NGO regulators as people who are not approachable. But I'll tell you that, of course, I know the traditional arrangement of where we're coming from. Originally, regulators were never approachable. But I think we are now in a new era. You have regulators who can sit with you like this, have a conversation with you, answer even all your questions. This used not to happen in the past. And so my advice to all of you is that if you have any issue, of course, I'm not with the midnight category, but if you have any issues, please feel free to always approach your regulator. If you have any issue at the NGO Bureau, either request for an appointment, come, sit down with even me, or even someone will be assigned, and they'll address your issues. Like I'll tell you, we're discussing over lunch, that the number of NGOs that are stuck with issues of fines, instead of approaching NGO Bureau to have a conversation, they've gone into hiding. They're debating, do we close, what do we do? Do we abandon this NGO? But if you went and discussed with the NGO Bureau will understand where you're coming from and see even how to defend you in case you cannot pay all that money. So it's important that, please, the regulators the country has now, whether it is NSSF, URSB, the Bureau, we are very approachable. Approach us with your issues, we shall handle them. And of course, we are doing it because this is one country. It's a shared responsibility in handling all this, and we cannot do it alone without you. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You see, he kept bringing in new issues, and cutting him became extremely difficult for me. Otherwise, a big round of applause to Dr. Stephen. A round of applause to Madame Fatuma. And finally, a big round of applause to Gerard from NSSF. Thank you very much for this panel. We've come to the end of the panel, and we really say a very big thank you for being part of this and for the enriching information that you've given us. You can take your seats. Confusingly different, being serious and genuine, and too good to be true. These are the quotes that came from the panel. We will now move to the breakout sessions, and I want to hand over this session to my colleague, Consulate, who will be taking us through. But before I do that, can we just rise up and stretch for a bit? Then we get into the breakout session. Otherwise, thank you very much, and let's enjoy the next session. Thank you.
Can we please rise up and stretch a bit? The instruction is to all. Those who can stand, if you're not limited in any way, kindly stand up. Stretch yourself. We're still moving stronger. Yes, just stretch your arms. Do some things that you know how to do best. Thank you. You can take your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I saw how my colleague Bernard was struggling to end the very interesting talk, and I believe we need more time as we go through the 3 days. Find time, speak to some of these regulators if they'll continue to be with us. Kindly, one-on-one, you can ask some of these questions. I know that would love to have even more deeper conversations on that subject. Ladies and gentlemen, we had an online audience feedback on the session that just went through. And I want to say that we have people who are watching us from the following districts. We have people watching us from Jinja, from Arua district, Ajumani district, from Mvepi refugee settlement. We have people watching us from Kampala, from Mbale. That's our online audience, and many continue to join us. We have also feedback. A few people have given feedback, and one of them is about appreciating the forum, especially for promoting healthy engagement, and want to appreciate so much those listening to us and watching us online. Somebody said here that the discussions are interesting and educative. And somebody said here that the conference is good for empowerment of CSOs. in Uganda. Thank you, our online audience, for following us live from this hotel as we on day one of the CSOs, the Northern Uganda CSOs Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we are now going for the breakout session. And we did say here that many of the unanswered questions will be discussed in the breakout session. Allow me go through the rules of engagement for this breakout session. And I hope we still remember our colors. We had the main topic for this group is strengthening CSO compliance with existing legal and policy frameworks. Group 1, breakout session 1, will be CSO, self-regulation and readiness for compliance, the CSO quality assurance mechanism that we commonly know as QAM. The facilitator for breakout session 1 is Mr. Olinga Frederick, the National Coordinator, QAM Geneva. Can we see Mr. Olinga Frederick? He's not around. You're the one stepping in. Can you stand up so that that group sees you? This is the fine man who will be taking charge of group 1. Listen to the activities. You'll need to have a group chair. He's already taking lead, and a rapporteur identified. Geneva pitches the QAM in terms of its purpose, successes, and challenges. Group members ask questions, clarification questions. Group members share their own experiences, observations, and suggestions on self-regulatory mechanism. And the group rapporteur will read a summary of the key takeaways from the session and seek members' validation. So the guiding questions to explore: what opportunities exist with QAM? How can QAM best serve the interests of CSOs? What needs to be improved? And we will come back here. The group rapporteur will key takeaways in a plenary. The group members, where need be, will substantiate the presentation. We will have general discussions and conclusions. So what to report in the plenary? Key learnings from the exchange and recommendations and way forward. I'm going to give all the groups their questions, and I just want you to know group 1, breakout session 1, color white. Can I see people with the white color? My favorite color. So this group is breakout session 1. You'll follow Vero. Vero is at the back. Can we see her? She has a very beautiful color. I think you cannot get confused. So Vero is right behind there. And group 1, if you have white, you'll be following her. Group 1 is going to sit at the garden side. There is a building. I think, Vero, you'll guide them. They will go and sit there. Group 2, breakout session 2, strengthening CSO compliance with the existing legal and policy framework. Here, particularly, we are looking at collaboration with regulators. What are the dynamics, successes, and lessons? Mr. Kitambula Kenneth, the Programs Officer, Advocacy, Human Rights Center, Uganda. Can we see you? Mr. Kitambula Kenneth, Programs. Can we see you? Yes, he's right over there. And this group has color blue. Can we see the blues? Yes, blues. You have Mr. Kitambula Kenneth over there who will take charge. And you will still identify the group chair and the rapporteur. The Human Rights Center Uganda should pitch their convening initiative, including quarterly meetings between CSOs. Members, what is happening? Can I hear, is it the color making everybody excited? They say blue is love. Is that why you were excited? So let us hear the activities that we're going to undertake. We are going to have group members ask clarification questions. They will share the experiences, key focus questions of discussion. And again, the guiding question is, how can CSOs work better with regulators to ease compliance? What are the key recommendations? The group rapporteur just said, like said before, will present the key takeaways, and we are still looking at the key learnings from the exchange on the topic given, the recommendations and way forward. Group 2, breakout session 2, will be at the boardroom next to the restaurant. You go to the restaurant and there's a boardroom somewhere there. Mr. Kenneth will be able to take your group. This group follow Sheila. Sheila is right over there at the door. Can we see her very well? Yes, don't get lost. Sheila is there. The last group members, breakout session 3, is strengthening CSO compliance with existing legal policy framework. That's the main topic for all of us. And the subtopic is strengthening the institutional capacity of CSOs for compliance, and particularly the case of the Civil Society Information Support Hub. Mr. Onen James, the Program Officer Compliance, was SysNet. Can we see James? Mr. Onen, yes. James is right there. And the color for that group is color green. Green, environmentalists. Though that green is not environment. That is not green. I don't know how it's green. That's a different color, but someone can. That's the color green. Members, the group chair and rapporteur will be identified, particularly where SysNet should pitch the case of the Civil Society Information Support Hub that Mr. Feni elaborately spoke about here today. And in terms of its purpose, its successes and challenges, again, the group members should ask clarification questions, share experiences, and then the rapporteur will take will put down the key takeaways, and then the key questions: what opportunities, both internal and external, exist for CSOs to strengthen institutional capacity, and how can CSOs tap into such opportunities? What can CSOs do to strengthen the institutional capacity to comply? And we are looking at key learnings and recommendations. Members, I'm going to ask the group leaders, those leaders, my colleague can give out this to the group leaders. Let me guide you on our time available. We have spent most of our time, and we are going to limit the discussions to 30 minutes. 30 minutes. It's about 9 minutes after 4 p.m. So in 30 minutes, we should be done with these discussions. We have very few questions. Let us take charge of these groups as the coordinators, and we'll be here at someone who knows how to calculate time. I'm not good at that. 30 minutes after 4:39. I'm not good at time and directions and other things. But 4:39, we should be here. We're going to have 10-minute presentations, 3 groups, and that will also be 30 minutes, including the questions and answers and submissions. And we believe about 5:20, we should be out of here. We know that we began a little bit late, but we are still in time. Arua City is safe. Mr. Feni assured us, and we believe by 5:20, we will be done from here today. So let me have the group leaders, the 3 that I read: Mr. Kitambula Kenneth from the Human Rights Center, Uganda, Mr. Olinga Frederick, representative, and then we have Mr. Onen James. Have your questions. Kindly let us move to those breakout sessions. We have 30 minutes from now. Use it the way you like. We need you here at 4:40, and that is how the groups will run. Thank you so much. All the best in your groups.
What shall we do? What shall we do?
members, the last group remains here, group 3. Remain here, and group 3 color green remain in this hall. Group 2 follow Sheila. Group 1 follow Vero. If you're in group 3, kindly remain in this venue. Remain in this venue.
Colleagues, group three, can we come a little closer here? Yeah, try to turn these chairs so that you can face this way.
Okay, thank you. I think our main topic is strengthening CSO compliance with existing legal and policy frameworks. Strengthening the institutional capacity of CSOs for compliance. The case study of civil society information and support hub, that is the CSO. Our main topic is strengthening CSO compliance with existing legal and policy frameworks. That is our main topic. And that's because we're going to look at strengthening. Yes. Strengthening the institutional capacity of CSOs for compliance. Of course, we're looking at the case study of the Civil Society Information Support Hub that is run by our CISNET. Chair, pick from there.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all in this session break discussion. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm called James Sonen. I work with CISNET as a compliance officer. You're most welcome. As our topic reads, strengthening the institutional capacity of CSOs for compliance, we shall be looking at one of the projects that has been funded by by the European Union and the German government in collaboration with the ZIZ. So allow me get straight into giving you an outlook of the CIS project. CIS in full is Civil Society Information and Support Hub. As you may all know, a hub is a resource center where we get a lot of information to support members. So to be very specific, CISNET in 2023 secured funding from the German government and the European Union through ZIZ. The project is a 14-month project, started last year in October. So I am as old as the project. So the purpose of this project was specifically to support civil society organization in matters of compliance, but also we were looking at institutional development as one of the core area for the project. So I know we have talked a lot of compliance issues since morning, so I beg that we pay attention and listen carefully, because I know there are questions that will be coming afterwards. So allow me to give you the core objective areas of the project. One of it is to advance information. We are looking at CIS as a one-stop advisory service center that seeks to support civil society in a number of compliance issues. And all these services are provided using different approaches. One of it includes online. We use the different online platforms to provide compliance support and advisory services to civil society organization in the West Nile sub-region. CISNET work in all the 13 administrative units and one city. So by that virtue, we've been implementing this project in all the different districts and city. I would like to give a brief total number of civil society that were targeted initially. We are targeted 130 civil society organizations who were meant to benefit from this project. But as we did the baseline assessment, we did not reach out to this number. However, we managed to comprehensively assess about 83 civil society organizations. So the second core area includes training and dialogue events. We conduct dialogues with the regulators. We convene meetings using workshops, trainings. We conduct outreaches to districts and networks. And one of our dialogue engagement includes interfacing with the regulators like the NGO Bureau, NSSF, URSB, URA in different forums. Like I mentioned, we convene meetings, trainings, workshops, strategic dialogues in different locations of West Nile sub-region. The other element of the project is the linkage services. We facilitate connections between CSOs, local government, development partners, the media, and we provide these entities with opportunity to interface with the different regulators. We provide this opportunity for the different civil society because of the limited access and reaches. So as we do this linking, we get demand-driven needs from the different organizations, because we are well aware we have all the unique needs when we're looking at compliance. So part of these services is to ensure that civil society are linked to the regulators, and then that they are able to get the services they need. So how do we deliver on this? We have about 3 strategies, if I may mention, or mechanism that we ensure this project is delivered to the direct beneficiaries. One of it is the physical help desk. I am one of the person who sits in the physical help desk at the secretariat, at Wesisnet Secretariat. So how does this physical help desk support on issues to do with compliance? Like we mentioned, as a hub, we have resources in place, we have compliance materials, we have individuals skilled enough to provide technical support on various areas of compliance demands. And the help desk is, if I may say, is 24/7. Apart from weekends, we are available to offer services depending on the needs of an individual organization. So the other approaches that we take is through field outreaches. We conduct support visits. Recently, we visited about 48 CSOs across the West Nile sub-region, starting from Bakwach to Ajumani. So part of the field outreaches is to ensure that while it is difficult sometimes for CSOs to reach out to the regulators at their regional offices, we feel this project offers an opportunity for us to reach out to the organization and provide them the kind of compliance support they would need. From the field outreaches, we realized that there's been significant improvement on the policy development. These were specific outcomes that the CSOs were able to mention during our visit. There has been significant improvement on policy development, improvement in relationships, both internal and external within the organizations, and processes that the organizations are able to be directed, controlled, and held accountable. The other strategy that we use in the implementation includes also the workshop which I earlier on mentioned, and meetings. I think one of these you're witnessing today. The issue of compliance, you know, it's a daily issue that organizations need to address. So while we meet with organizations, we tailor our support to specifically address issues that are raised by these kind of organizations or individuals. Also, during our workshops, we design training modules to specifically address issues that we feel of pertinent need to be addressed. So one of the workshops, we held a compliance workshop early in this year, and I think, if I can recall very well, about 130 civil society organizations were taken through on the different legal and regulatory frameworks. So a number of the regulators attended. I remember NGO Bureau was there, URA, URSB. Yeah, I don't remember whether FIA was invited, but those were the key regulators that took through our civil society organization from West Nile on matters of compliance. And so as a result of that, we've been receiving good feedbacks from our members that they have actually improved on their regulatory and compliance requirements. Several organizations reported that they have implemented or they have aligned internal policies to address a lot of compliance issues. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm being reminded that we need to move fast. So let me also comply. So another aspect of our strategies is the online services. We use the different platforms to punch in informations that is easily accessible by our civil society organization. And how do we do this? Of course, there are various channels. We use phones. We give organizations the liberty to call us on phone on any arising need, and then we always get back to them with sufficient or adequate information that enables them to work within internally. We also use emails. Oftentimes we've shared materials to our partners using emails. We have our website, where SysNet has a functioning website where we resourced it with a lot of information, both on compliance and internal governance. And also we use other social media platforms like the WhatsApp. We created a WhatsApp group and many other broader online platform. Allow me go to the key achievements of the SYS project. As we began the project last year, I think around October, we have registered significant traits in terms of the outcome of the project. We supported over 50 civil society organizations through the hub to file reports, returns with the different regulators. And we also enhance internal governance capacity of civil society through workshops. And as a result of that, a number of organizations have reported improvement in their internal policies, like the organizations that mentioned they have a board manual. Okay. Yeah, so
we have 12 minutes left.
So the other achievement that we realized was the constructive engagement between the regulators and the civil societies. So there's been improved in engagement with the regulators. Organizations are now not fearing regulatory authorities. They are able to do that independently and on their own. Yeah. So what are some of the lessons learned? Let me run through quickly. During our implementation, we realized that there is still lack of knowledge of the effectiveness of internal governance. Most of the organizations that we visited do not have strong internal governance system, and the victims here are mostly CBOs. The other challenge that we got also the location, it was very difficult for us to trace most of the civil society organizations because some of them just exist in papers. The executive director is there in papers, the board are just there in papers, but you can't find an office premises where these organizations are located. The other lesson we learned that was also on in regards to the limited outreach by the regulators. I think Mr. Stephen was very honest to say that the regulators have always not reached out to us. And so we want to bridge this gap by bringing the regulators close to the civil society organizations so that you are able to talk to your regulators. Yeah, I think those are some of the lessons that we learned as a consequence of our implementation of this project. Thank you. So the recorder, can you kindly take note? We shall welcome some questions. Yes, please.
I wanted to find out, since the project was 14 months, and of course, you learned some lessons. But now, how about the lessons in regard to sustaining the services to the civil society? How will you continue to ensure that civil society comply? Is there a mechanism, some fees, or is there a way you have set up some strategies of how well you can continue even if GIZ? And
yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking at the online engagement, the digital era. How has this been productive in terms of the NGOs are accessing most of the information around compliance? Thank you.
Looking at this program, it's only focusing at the West Nile region. What of other regions? What plans are in place for us?
Thank you so much. Mine is about the members. I wanted to know the criteria you use for one to benefit, from that service, and also from your own analysis. what are the key or some of the main reasons or causes that fail NGOs from being compliant?
Thank you for that clear presentation. You mentioned that one of the challenges is the issue with no strong internal governance system. And most of these NGOs, CBOs are normally, they have founders. I don't know whether maybe you have interacted with a founder who is not willing to change, because most of the time they own the organization. Thank you.
Sorry, do you have any sustainability mechanism that you have established, maybe at your organization or with the respective partners? Because I believe the project that you implement has a lifespan. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I get started from the last question. I'm sure the note taker has put down some of the questions. Okay, he's asking about our sustainability plan for this project. Yes, as you may be very much aware, is that we all depend on external grants from different partners. But as WesisNet, one of the sustainability plans that we have developed, and it's functional, is the element of maintaining internal compliance person that will still utilize the online support system. We are also bringing in the element of digitalization to shift from the manual way of doing things and making information accessible to civil society organization online. So that is one part of the sustainability bit that we felt as an organization we can keep up pushing through. Other than that, we look at the capacity building aspect of civil society organization as one of the key area that will enable them sustain the issues to do, sustain activities around compliance. Of course, we are also developing we have our resource development manual that I believe also technically guides the organization in the way we can look for resources to sustain not only the compliant bit of it, but generally other activities which the organization feels should continue. And as a network, we do not work alone. We coordinate with all our members within West Nile, but also out of West Nile. We ensure that we borrow leaf, we learn from each other. We see how things are done differently from other regions and pick up from there. Yeah. Sheila asked me, what about other regions? We are only in West Nile. I believe other regions also do have their networks. And we are also thinking out of the box so that we bring in the aspect of exchange visits, exchange learning visit for civil society from other regions, of West Nile to the other regions, so that to create opportunity for civil society organization from other regions to benchmark from the CIS activity in West Nile. So I think much as we are a national NGO, I think for now our limit is West Nile. And maybe the other question? Oh yes, the effectiveness of the online service delivery. Yeah. We do not have any criteria for membership our information, the information that we provide online. Of course, you may ask me, what are your target group? The information we provide online is unlimited. It is for everyone's consumption. As long as you, first of all, as long as you can access our website, some of those informations are there. But as I mentioned earlier, some of our supports are demand-driven. As an organization, you need to let us know which area you would want to be supported on.
We have
And so about the
5
effectiveness,
minutes
it
to
is
go.
very effective because we receive feedbacks, we receive calls, we receive emails, and we receive requests for support. Yeah. Yeah.
5 minutes to go as you wind up.
Okay. Okay, for the information, as I mentioned, we provide various kind of information depending on which type of information you want in regards to compliance. So about the flow of information, our mode of sending out those communications are quite clear, as I earlier on mentioned. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to move to the questions. Yeah. What opportunities, both internal and external, exist for CSOs to strengthen internal capacity? And how can CSOs tap into such opportunities? So I think this now is the point where we are going to have experience sharing, insights from the different regions. Okay. What are some of the opportunities?
In these are guiding questions. There are 2 guiding questions to explore. One is what opportunities, both internally and externally, exist for CSO to strengthen institutional capacity, and how can CSO tap into such opportunities? The second question is, what can CSOs do to strengthen their institutional capacity to comply? In the feedback plenary where you're going to be going, the group rapporteur presents the key takeaway in the group discussion, and what to report is the key learnings from the exchange, from what he has been saying, and recommendations. Those are the 2 sets to give on. Okay, so what are the key learnings?
Yeah, the rapporteur keep taking note. Key learnings. Component of the key. Yeah. Oh. You've taken note, huh? But can also be key learning. Yeah, can be learning as an opportunity. Yeah. Yes.
Sorry, I sat behind the chair. Thank you. I think I want to propose the opportunities, and this is based on the facts that the factors for non-compliance for NGOs, the indicators. For example, an NGO does not have a strategic plan or policies, maybe not member of networks. So we need to think through, because these are just indicators. Now, one, for example, if you have a network like Western, is it possible that we can develop templates for NGOs or CSOs that are unable to develop the strategic plan? You know how expensive it is. Policies that are required, it is also expensive. You need technical expertise. But as a network, if you created such templates that members are able to fill in such information so that they have the documents that are required. That's one example for policies. Then when it comes to regulation, networks and subscriptions, I've seen members subscribing, for example, to Deniva or Kwame as individuals, and yet you are also members of the the network. Why isn't it possible that if we are Kwame as a network here, then such fees should not be paid to Deniva or the Kwame entity in Kampala, that you engage with Deniva, that once you are members, you have a system, and you feel that they qualify to be members of WestNet, then Deniva should only quam you, such that it is now up to you to get those charges for the members, and you support them within. Those are also areas where you can save. So we are trying to pick what can we do that we can support CSOs that do not have money. Because the issue of non-compliance is about funding in most cases.
I think another observation that I have is the CSOs ourselves being willing to learn and grow. Because sometimes we are very adamant to do new things, but also to grow.
I also think
We have 2 minutes to end, so keep on noting your key takeaways.
I think one big learning is we have alliances and partnerships and your capacity to roll out to the other districts because you're membership based. Thank you.
Thank you. I think another thing is the research you are doing and knowledge sharing. After the research, you've identified our gaps and you're continuing with the training. This will also help a lot.
Apart from training opportunity, I'm also looking at requirements of regulatory authority. The regulators, they have their conditions that we are supposed to buy. But do we put those things into practice? Are we functioning? There was a mention that we are ineffective in governance internally. Systems don't work. Like we develop system for the sake of meeting or fulfilling the interest of registration or what have you. But still on the ground we are ineffective. Effectiveness of organizations.
But also something to look into, like NGOs, the CSO should have the right staff, and then also the governance. Because if the information are online and you are not able to Google, to open the website, then even if you are trained and you don't have the capacity, still you will go back. It's one of the sustainability measures. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. To me, I strongly believe that to enable the CBOs more compliant, if NGOs could be working closely with the CBOs in a consortium, then they have to learn, they will learn more and become more compliant.
1 minute to go.
And then another point for recommendation here is, I've not seen the new amendment yet for the NGO Act 2024, but I recommend that we could take advantage of the 2026 NGO Act, Section 46(1), which gives opportunity to establish social enterprises so that you have money to ensure that you meet compliance requirements, like to meet the cost involved, other than running out of money and you're close. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to add on, well aware that most of the board members we have are actually of low educational level. And some of them are adamant to changes in the policies within the organization. So can we recommend that we have their knowledge on the legal and policies available to make the organizations compliant? Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
I would also recommend that if possible, all CSOs, NGOs have someone who is responsible to be updated on what is going on in the NGO world, but also to be responsible to make sure that the compliance is ensured.
I think embracing using digital platforms. Chair, I think embracing using digital platform is a wonderful opportunity for CSOs. It will really enable us to access services at our own will. So I think what we need to do is to educate ourselves and make sure that we use them.
All right, thank you. Any more? Yes.
Let's incorporate the compliance role in our staffing. For example, in my organization, we have a compliance officer. We labeled her finance stroke compliance officer. And now that is very helpful. You will not wait for the broader network, but internally you'll be checked.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just get one person, and then we close it up. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I think there's also need to understand the lines of defense, because if you're going to mix a finance person taking on the role of the compliance, that is going to be also a different thing. So those are different things, so let's not mix.
Thank you. Thank you. The last group, no more usage of the microphone. We're going to have presentations, 3 minutes actually, 3 minutes each, 3 minutes per group. That is about 9 minutes for the 3 groups. Members, can I have the presenters here for breakout group 1, group 2, and group 3? Can I have them here? 3 minutes. When it's, I'll be timing. Kindly summarize. Can we have group 1? Group 1, can I have the person presenting for group 1 here? Group 2 presenter, can you come here? And group 3, I want to have all of you here so that we go quickly. We want to do this in 10 minutes. Each group has 3 minutes to present. Kindly, can I have group 1, group 2, group 3? Presenters, where are you? Group 1. Group 3, you can start. Kindly, can I have group 3? Group 3, you can walk over here quickly. 2, this is 1 or 2. Can I? Group white. Yes, can we have white come here to present? That is group 1. Or, yes, come. Members, can we settle down and pay attention? 3 minutes. I'll add only 1 additional minute for any other clarification.
Thank you very much. Karen Birungi is my name. I represent bankers, but I'm also from the humanitarian angle, and I'm a board member of Ecological Christian Organization and Nature Africa Network. So, Team White, strengthening ACO compliance with existing legal and policy frameworks, and our focus was on QAM, quality assurance management. And briefly, why were we looking at it? We wanted our members to understand why it's important for them to understand that compliance is really very critical. In terms to do with quality assurance management, managed by the QAM Secretariat with regional members across the country. So we're able to walk through the different provisional state certification levels that members can be able to get at a fee of 300,000 shillings, and the lowest being provisional statement, the ordinary statement in the secondary class, and later on, the advanced level. For you to get there, you just have to do self-assessment, which shall be given supplementary support by the QAM Secretariat. And this is basically about a diagnostic tool that is shared by the QAM Secretariat to all members or NGOs that are interested in being certified. After that, if you score a percentage of 60% and above, then you qualify for the attached relevant certification as such. The CBOs are doing a great job, and we are thinking about them. Unfortunately, for the first levels, they do not qualify. 2, the members wanted to understand why it is beneficial, and one of the key reasons why it is very paramount is that the donors will find you very credible and very relevant as a serious player if you have been able to do quality assurance management. From the banking fraternity, we have very, very regulatory frameworks, and we had your concerns about so many issues that we shall be able to tackle tomorrow. So my experience as a financial player, and again with a blended approach from the humanitarian angle, risk management is something that is very, very important. So we encourage all of you to adopt compliance for sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we clap for Team White? Any question? One, I said I'm only picking one. Any submission for that group? Do we have any responses from your side? For yes, just one. Can you pass the microphone to him, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Richard Bodo from Invisible Hope, Uganda. The experience sharing, we were able to see that there are many people who got funding because they were having the certificate from Quam, and that encouraged so many of us to get in touch with them. So it's so beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, we are moving to group 2. Team Blue. Where is presenter for Team Blue? If you don't come in a few seconds, I'm passing it to Team Green. Yes, Team Green, you can walk here quickly as we summarize in 3 minutes your key takeaways in form of key learnings and recommendations.
Thank you very much. I respect the protocol. We are group 3, that is the green. We spoke a lot of things, but I'm just going to summarize them in 3 minutes because it's not easy. We are looking at the strengthening CSO partnership compliance with existing legal and policy frameworks. Of course, we took a case study of our current project that has been implemented by WESISNET, that is CES project, Civil Society Information Support Hub, that is being supported by German government with the co-funding from European Union. And of course, the lead program lead and the compliance gave us update about the project. This project was targeted around 130 CSOs because as they went ahead to do the assessment, we're able to assess and support currently 83 organizations that have been supported through the project. And of course, the different activities that have been under this project, where we're able to establish the hub, the CSO hub, that gives a lot of information to organizations. Under this project also, there are capacity buildings that have been organized by WESISNET, where CSOs, and we are also able to link with the regulatory bodies, URA, different bodies, and also the capacity building of internal governance. I think the board and the sub-staffs recently also were trained on governance, internal governance issues from this project. Of course, the existing new opportunities that are there, which members talked about, need for capacity building for members. Of course, we have the WESISNET as a network that is able to build the capacity of its members. Of course, we are talking of we need to have harmonized templates to be used because some of the templates seems to be varying, and we have the one that is harmonized. It could be okay. And then you need to tap on or track progress. It's also good to track progress. Whether are we in the right place or are we going offside? Is also there. Of course, we came up with some recommendations that NGOs should also put consortiums with the local organizations, maybe the CBOs, to be able to build their capacity. And then we said CSOs should also go into social enterprises. We talked about the Article 46 that for sustainability, because it's now, if you incorporate it, it's very, very important that you open something up to sustain your organizations. That's our recommendation. Of course, these compliance workshops should not be one-way thing, should continue, because this is the only platform where we're able to learn, and the others who are not here, they're able to learn. Need to build capacity of board and also staffs on issues, internal governance issues that must be able to continue. We talk about digitalization systems. We need to put our systems on digital so that it's easy to access information. Then the CSOs should have checklists, for compliance, and also we talked about that also it's good to have a staff that is assigned to handle compliance issues, because It may be too much for ED to do everything, but you have a staff that is assigned for compliance. It is very, very important. I think with the 3 minutes, I want to remain there, and of course, a lot has been said. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you so much. Can we appreciate him? Thank you. I'm told 19th of November is Men's Day. Happy Men's Day. All the men in the house, can we appreciate the men? Today is Men's Day. We want to take this honor and privilege to celebrate and appreciate the men in the house. We recognize your contributions, and we know that you are the backbone of society. Members, can we get back? I don't know. Men, you're disturbing. We were trying to celebrate you, but you're now messing us up. Thank you. But after this engagement, kindly just greet a man, just to say Happy Men's Day. It is allowed for a day. Thank you. Members, can I draw your attention as we finalize with the last group? And this is the breakout session 2, the blues. Right? Team Blue, are you ready? What's happening? Team Blue. Yes? What's happening to Team Blue? We need you here. There's a man confusing the lady. As she comes, somebody abandoned or forgot. Let me not use the word abandoned. Someone forgot this precious bottle that we need to use for the next 3 days. Kindly come and claim it and give us reasons why you say it is yours, because we don't have names. If it's yours, you come and explain how you left it and where you left it. Thank you. Can we listen to Team Blue?
Okay, thank you very much. Team Blue, can you please wave for recognition? Okay, Team Blue had so many points that we couldn't exhaust everything. So we'll just highlight some of the things that we agreed on. And we've been looking at strengthening compliance. Okay. How can CSOs work better with regulators to become more compliant? So these are the areas we looked at. Number one, we said for us to, first of all, become more compliant, we need to look internally into our systems, into our processes as the CSOs. So what internal capacity gaps do we have? For example, some of us may not have dedicated compliance officers. We may have issues with our systems, whether it's finance, programmatic, and all that. So we need to look internally to address those gaps to see that we can actually become more compliant. And once we have that cleaned up internally, then we need to ensure we have a strong working relationship with the regulators at all levels, and that includes information sharing, our plans, our budgets, and all that. We need to share, and then we need to have dialogues or meetings such as this, where we're able to interact with our regulators and raise issues that might be making it difficult for us to comply with the expected regulations. And then besides that, we also hope to see a one-stop center set up or established for handling all the regulatory issues. The lady from URSB was able to tell us how their systems are now interlinked with banks, URSB. So we look forward to seeing the NGO Bureau also become a one-stop center where you can actually have most of the issues handled maybe on one portal. And in addition to that, includes linking the other systems where you need to go and get certain documentation or requirements from another office. So if all those can be interlinked, that will be very helpful. With the upcoming opportunity for review of the NGO regulatory framework, we also see a need to review some of the stringent requirements that actually make it very hard for a number of the CSOs and NGOs to become compliant. So as already invited, we need to raise the different issues during that opportunity that is coming up. Related to strengthening the working relationship is the regulators becoming more partnership oriented in the way they relate with us, and not being very authoritative. I think we already saw the goodwill coming through here and demonstrated today that we now have regulators talking to us in different platforms. So please keep it up. That's a very good gesture that we see leading us in the right direction, so that we both work together to see NGOs becoming more compliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's not how they appreciate a lady. Can we clap properly? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Members, we have come to the end of the plenary discussions, presentations, and that brings us to the end of day one. We had our last agenda item on the program, presentation of key actions and proposals for adoption from day one. We want to push this forward to tomorrow. During the recap, we'll have these proposals read, and then the team that will be doing the recap for tomorrow at 8:30, Team Lango. Team Lango, where are we? Yes, don't disappoint us. Arua City's vision is to be a vibrant, inclusive, modern, and adaptable city, and that vision sometimes misleads many people. When you go, you become more vibrant. So tomorrow we need you here at 8:30. We start with the recap, and Lango NGO Forum will be the one taking us through the recap, and the rapporteur will also present the key actions and proposals for adoption from day one. It's been a beautiful time here today. We must agree we have managed our time. Can we clap for ourselves? It's 4 minutes after 5 p.m. and we are right in time. We have our coffee. After here, you have a cup of coffee before you go home and speak to somebody. Just like I said, let's give the men their flowers this evening. Just appreciate somebody. Before I get out of here, members, I want to invite my co-moderator, Bernard, to come and finalize. Otherwise, from me to you, it was a wonderful day. I wish you a lovely evening. God bless you.
Can we clap better for Consulate? In ethics, it is very ethical to close what you open. So I opened the session today, and Consulate said I should also close. Members, I want to thank each one of you for sitting here for all these hours, but also more especially for your commitment, for your dedication, but also for the ideas that you shared today. They've been captured by the rapporteur, and we will have a recap tomorrow as already communicated by Consulate. We will have a graphical presentation of this recap. And this is, again, innovation that we add to this. So that will happen tomorrow, and we should report tomorrow at the same time. And we will try to also work within the time allocated to this program. Those who are coming to Arua for the very first time, please explore the city. I came here earlier, and I have very good reports. I can also be a temporary tour guide to take you around Arua city. It is surely a city of opportunities. I tested it the last few days I've been here, Otherwise, I will be very glad to take you around as a tour guide. So we will meet around. There are many social places. Please visit them, expand on the network, and let's keep the communications line open. From me to you, a very big thank you. God bless you, and let's meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.